Welcome to Restful Tales, your doorway to peaceful dreams. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to keep the stories alive. Sweet dreams awaits. Let's begin the story. Story number 1: The Lantern Keeper. The village of Blackhaven was the kind of place you found by mistake. Tucked between jagged cliffs and a restless sea, it was a cluster of weathered cottages that seemed to lean into each other for support. The villagers didn't smile much, nor did they welcome questions, which was fine by Ellis. He was passing through anyway. The inn was the only place with light after sundown, its windows flickering like weary eyes. As Ellis warmed himself by the fire that first evening, he asked the innkeeper about the lighthouse perched high above the cliffs. "Abandoned," the man said gruffly. "Been empty for years." Ellis frowned. "But the lantern's lit. I saw it when I came into town." The innkeeper's hands stilled over the mug he was drying. "You're mistaken," he said, his voice dropping. "The lantern's been dark since the keeper died." Ellis wanted to press further, but the innkeeper's expression hardened, and the conversation shifted abruptly to the weather. Yet, as Ellis climbed into bed that night, he couldn't stop thinking about the light. He had seen it, steady and bright, cutting through the mist. The next evening, curiosity got the better of him. Armed with a lantern and a stubborn streak, Ellis trudged up the winding path to the lighthouse. The sea roared below, its waves slamming into the rocks like a warning. The air grew colder the closer he got, and by the time he reached the rusted door, his breath puffed out in frosty clouds. The door creaked open with little resistance, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upward into darkness. The smell of salt and decay filled the air. As Ellis climbed, he noticed odd things: wet footprints on the dusty steps, the faint hum of a melody carried by the wind. At the top, he found the lantern. It blazed with a light that seemed too alive, casting strange, rippling shadows. Beside it stood a figure. "Evening," the man said without turning. He wore an old keeper's coat, the edges frayed and damp. His voice was calm, but something about him set Ellis on edge. "Are you the keeper?" Ellis asked, his voice wavering. The man chuckled. "I suppose you could say that. People in town say the lighthouse has been abandoned for years." The keeper finally turned. His face was pale, almost translucent, with eyes that shimmered like the surface of the sea. "They're not wrong," he said, smiling faintly. "But someone has to tend the light." Ellis swallowed hard. "Why? No ships come this way anymore." The keeper stepped closer, and Ellis instinctively backed away. "It's not ships I'm guiding," the man said softly. "The sea is vast and deep, but not empty. There are things beneath the waves, things that hunger." Ellis's lantern flickered, its flame shrinking as the room seemed to darken. "What are you drawing in?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The keeper's smile widened, unnatural and sharp. "Not drawing, friend. Containing." As if on cue, the sea outside roared louder, and a deep, guttural sound echoed from below. It wasn't the cry of a gull or the crash of a wave. It was something alive, something vast and ancient. Ellis's legs trembled, and he gripped the railing to steady himself. "The light keeps them at bay," the keeper said, his voice almost tender now. But it requires attention. Ellis glanced at the lantern. The flame seemed to pulse as though alive, and the shadows it cast danced like writhing tendrils. You should go, the keeper said, his tone firm, before the light decides it needs you. Ellis didn't remember running back to the village. He stumbled into the inn, breathless and pale, and the innkeeper took one look at him and shook his head. You went up there, didn't you? The man said, his tone weary. There's something up there, Ellis gasped. Something in the sea. The innkeeper sighed and handed Ellis a glass of whiskey. We don't talk about the lighthouse, he said simply. Ellis left Blackhaven the next morning. As he drove away, he glanced in his rearview mirror, half expecting to see the keeper's pale face watching him from the cliffs. Instead, he saw the light, steady, unwavering, and eternal. But now, he couldn't help but wonder, how long could one man keep the darkness at bay? And what would happen if the light ever went out? Story number 2, The Whispering Well. The village of Willowshade sat in the shadow of towering mountains, a place time seemed to forget. Narrow cobblestone streets wound between moss-covered cottages, and in the village square stood an ancient stone well. The villagers rarely spoke of it, though it was impossible to ignore. The well seemed to hum with an unseen energy, as if it were waiting. When Clara moved to Willowshade, she was looking for a quiet life. The city had worn her down with its noise and chaos. She bought a small house on the edge of the village, where the mountains rose like silent sentinels. The townspeople were polite but distant, their smiles carrying an undercurrent of something unsaid. The well in the square, Clara asked one day at the market. What's the story behind it? The grocer's hand faltered as he bagged her apples. Best to leave it alone, he said softly. It's not for newcomers. That night, Clara found herself drawn to the square. The well stood bathed in moonlight, its stones worn smooth by centuries of touch. A strange pull tugged at her chest, urging her closer. She peered over the edge, expecting to see only darkness, but instead, she heard it, a faint whisper. Come closer, it said, the voice soft as silk. Tell me what you desire. Clara stepped back, her heart pounding. She had read enough folklore to know this was the part where you should run, but the whisper had been soothing, almost kind. It lingered in her mind as she walked home, and by morning, she convinced herself it had been her imagination. Days turned to weeks, and the village remained quiet, but the pull of the well grew stronger. One evening, Clara returned, standing at the edge once more. What do you want? She whispered into the darkness. Tell me, the voice urged. I can give you what you need. Clara hesitated, then said, I want to be noticed, to be admired. The well's reply was almost a sigh. It is done. The next morning, the villagers greeted her warmly for the first time. The grocer gave her a discount, and neighbors she'd never met invited her for tea. Clara felt a glow of satisfaction, though unease lingered in the back of her mind. That night, she dreamed of the well. The whispers were louder now, insistent, almost pleading. Over the following days, Clara's wishes grew bolder. She asked for wealth, and an unexpected inheritance arrived in the mail. She wished for love, and a charming stranger appeared at her door. Everything seemed perfect until she noticed the shadows. At first, they were small, a flicker in the corner of her eye, a shape that vanished when she turned her head. But they grew bolder, lingering longer, their forms becoming more distinct. They were people or something like them, gaunt, hollow-eyed figures who hovered just out of reach. The whispers, too, became darker. When Clara returned to the well, it no longer felt soothing. The voice was harsher, impatient. "You must give back," it hissed. "The cost is due." "What cost?" Clara demanded, her voice trembling. "You never said there was a cost." The well laughed, a dry, rasping sound that made her skin crawl. "You didn't ask." Clara's perfect life began to unravel. Her new friends grew distant, their gazes filled with suspicion. The stranger who had professed his love now avoided her entirely. And the shadows, they followed her everywhere now, their presence oppressive and suffocating. Desperate, Clara returned to the well one last time. "Take it all back," she screamed. "I don't want it anymore." The well's reply was cold. "What is given cannot be returned, but you may join the others." The shadows surged forward, their hollow faces filled with longing. Clara screamed as they pulled her toward the well, their whispers merging with the voice in a cacophony of despair. By morning, the square was quiet again. The well stood as it always had, timeless and unmoving. The villagers went about their day, avoiding its shadow, and when a new family moved to Willowshade, no one warned them about the whispers. They would learn in time. Story number 3, The Room That Moves. The mansion on Briar Ridge was everything Lauren and Peter had dreamed of. A sprawling estate with wide windows that caught the light just so, a grand staircase that whispered elegance, and enough rooms to fill with all the possibilities of their future. The price was shockingly low, but the realtor had waved it off with a dismissive hand. "Just some superstitions," she had said. "Small-town nonsense." They moved in on a crisp autumn afternoon, their laughter echoing through the cavernous halls. Lauren marveled at the intricate woodwork, and Peter joked about getting lost in their own home. But on the first night, as they unpacked boxes in the sitting room, Lauren noticed something strange. "Peter," she said, pointing to the floor plan they had tacked to the wall, "where's the room across from the kitchen?" Peter frowned, walking over to inspect it. "There isn't one," he said, tracing the lines with his finger. "But there's a door there." They exchanged a glance, and Peter grabbed a flashlight. The door was old, its handle tarnished with age. Inside was a small, empty room. Bare walls, wooden floors, and a chill in the air that made Lauren shiver. "It's not on the plan," Peter murmured. "Maybe it was sealed off when they renovated?" Lauren shook her head. "But why would it still have a door?" The room became an oddity, a quirk they joked about to ease the unease it stirred. But the next morning it wasn't there. Where the door had been was now just a solid wall. "Peter," Lauren called, her voice tight, "come here." When Peter arrived, he stared at the wall, then checked the floor plan again. "It's gone," he said, as if saying it aloud would make it less strange. That night, they found the room again, this time on the second floor, at the end of a hallway they swore had been empty before. The air inside was colder than before, and their breath fogged as they stood in the doorway. "I don't like this," Lauren whispered. Peter hesitated but stepped inside. Nothing happened. It was just a room, dark and bare, though the cold seemed to cling to him as he stood there. The third night, they found the room in the basement. Lauren didn't want to go down, but Peter insisted. "We need to figure out what this is," he said, holding her hand as they descended the creaking stairs. The room was different now. Shadows seemed to ripple along the walls, and the air was thick with a sense of wrongness. As they stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind them, plunging the space into darkness. A faint light flickered on the far wall, like a film projector sputtering to life. Images appeared, scenes of a couple arguing, their voices rising until the man shoved the woman hard enough to make her fall. Lauren gasped. The woman looked just like her. "That's not us," she said, gripping Peter's arm. "It's not real," Peter said, but his voice wavered. The images shifted. A man standing over a bed, his hands red with blood. A woman screaming silently, her face twisted in terror. Each scene was more grotesque than the last, and yet each felt disturbingly familiar. When the door finally creaked open, they stumbled out, shaking and pale. Over the next week, the room appeared in different places every night, sometimes upstairs, sometimes in the attic, once even in the middle of the grand dining room. Each time they found it, the room showed them more twisted memories, more fragmented moments of lives they hadn't lived but couldn't deny felt connected to them. Lauren grew quieter, her sleep restless. Peter started locking doors, though it made no difference. The room always returned, waiting for them. One night, Lauren awoke to find Peter standing at the foot of the bed, his face blank, his eyes glassy. "What are you doing?" she whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked out of the room. "Peter," she called, scrambling out of bed to follow him. He was heading toward the end of the hallway, where the room now stood. The door creaked open as he approached, and he stepped inside without hesitation. Lauren hesitated, her heart pounding, but she couldn't leave him. She followed him into the cold, dark space. The door slammed shut behind her, and the images began again. This time they were clearer. It was their house, their faces, but the scenes were wrong. Peter was shouting, his hand raised to strike. Lauren was crying, her hands clutching a knife. Blood spilled, but she couldn't tell whose it was. "It's lying," Lauren said, clutching Peter's arm. "It's not us." But Peter didn't respond. He was staring at the images, his face pale and drawn. The room seemed to shudder, the walls closing in, the images flickering faster and faster. Lauren screamed, pulling at Peter, but he wouldn't move. The last thing she saw was the shadow of the door, swinging open to swallow them whole. The mansion on Briar Ridge is still for sale. Prospective buyers marvel at its grandeur but never stay long. There's always something unsettling about the layout. Rooms that seem to shift, hallways that lead nowhere. And at night, if you listen closely, you might hear the faint echo of voices, calling for help, or perhaps drawing you closer. Story number 4: The Uninvited Guest. The old country home sat nestled among rolling hills, its weathered facade softened by the golden light of dusk. It had been in the Caro family for generations, a place steeped in tradition, where every scratch on the floor and faded painting held a story. Tonight, it was alive again with laughter and the clinking of glasses as the family gathered for their long overdue reunion. Emma Caro, the youngest of the family, was the first to notice the stranger. She was setting the table in the grand dining room, arranging the silverware with a precision her grandmother would have approved of, when she looked up and saw the man sitting at the far end of the table. He was dressed simply, his dark suit blending with the shadowed corners of the room. His face was pale and sharp, his eyes downcast, his fingers folded neatly in his lap. "Can I help you?" Emma asked, her voice cautious but polite. The man didn't respond. He didn't even seem to hear her. Before she could say more, her father called from the kitchen. "Emma, come grab the drinks." When she turned back, the man was still there, as still as the chairs and the tablecloth. She thought about saying something but decided against it. Perhaps he was a distant cousin she didn't recognize. Dinner began with all the usual pleasantries. Her uncle's loud laughter, her aunt's sharp wit, her cousin's endless stories about life in the city. Plates passed from hand to hand, and the room grew warm with the comfort of shared meals and shared memories. The stranger sat at the far end, silent, his presence a dull weight at the edge of Emma's awareness. "Who's that?" she whispered to her sister, Kate, sitting beside her. Kate frowned. "Who's who?" Emma gestured subtly toward the man, careful not to draw attention. Kate's eyes flicked to the end of the table, then back to Emma. "What are you talking about? There's no one there." Emma's heart skipped. She looked again, but the man was still there, his head slightly bowed as if listening to their conversation. She tried to ignore him, focusing on the food and the stories, but as the evening wore on, she began to notice oddities. No one spoke to the man or acknowledged him, yet plates of food moved toward him as if by habit. A glass of wine appeared in front of him, untouched but filled to the brim, and though his hands never moved, the fork at his place setting sometimes rested at odd angles, as if it had been used. When dessert was served, Emma couldn't take it anymore. "Who is that?" she blurted, louder than she intended. The room fell silent. Every face turned toward her, confused. "Who?" her father asked, his brow furrowed. "The man at the end of the table," Emma said, her voice trembling. "He's been here all night." "Who is he?" Her aunt laughed nervously. "Emma, dear, there's no one there." But there was. He was right there, staring at her now, his eyes dark and piercing. The mood shifted after that. The warmth of the evening grew cold. The conversation stilted and awkward. Emma could feel the man's gaze on her, though no one else seemed to notice. After dinner, as the family moved to the parlor for coffee, Emma lingered, her eyes fixed on the stranger. "Who are you?" she whispered. For the first time he moved. Slowly, he rose from his chair, his movements deliberate and unnerving. He didn't speak, but his lips parted slightly, and a faint, breathy sound escaped. A sound that wasn't quite a word but felt like one. Emma stepped back, her heart pounding. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out something small and square, placing it on the table before turning and walking out of the room. She didn't follow. The square was an old photograph, yellowed with age. Emma picked it up, her hands shaking. It was a family portrait taken in the very room they were in. The faces were familiar: her grandmother, her father as a boy, her aunts and uncles. And there, at the far end of the table, sat the man. "Emma!" her father called from the parlor. She tucked the photograph into her pocket and joined the others. But the evening had lost its charm. The stranger's absence was as palpable as his presence had been. That night, as the family slept, Emma lay awake, staring at the ceiling. She thought about the photograph, the man, the way no one else had seen him. And then she heard it, a soft knock at the front door. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The knock came again, louder this time. Gathering her courage, she crept downstairs. The house was dark, the air heavy with silence. She reached the door and opened it a crack. There was no one there, but on the doorstep lay another photograph. It was of the dining room, taken that very evening. The table was set, the family gathered, and at the far end sat the man, smiling faintly. In the morning, when the family gathered to say their goodbyes, Emma searched for the photograph in her pocket, but it was gone. So was the one left on the doorstep. She didn't tell anyone, and she didn't look back when she left the house, the weight of the stranger's gaze still heavy on her shoulders. Story number 5, The Forest of Names. Elliot was no stranger to hiking alone. Solitude in nature was a comfort to him, a way to clear his mind and escape the noise of the world. That particular weekend, he'd chosen a lesser-known trail near the outskirts of a small town. The locals had warned him it wasn't well marked, but he'd shrugged off their concerns. That was part of the appeal. The air was crisp, the canopy of trees filtering sunlight into golden patches on the forest floor. He walked for hours, his boots crunching softly on the leaf-strewn path. Around noon, he stopped by a cluster of pines to eat his lunch. That's when he noticed the first tree. Its bark was smooth, unnaturally so, as though someone had carefully stripped away its rough texture. Carved into its surface was a name, Margaret Heller. The lettering was deep and precise, the cuts fresh. He ran his fingers over it, wondering who Margaret was. Had she carved her name here? Was it a memorial? He shrugged and continued on. But as he walked, he began to notice more trees with names. Daniel Fry, Lena Moore, Edwin Carter. The names weren't random. They tugged at something in his memory. He couldn't pinpoint why, but each one felt familiar, like a fragment of a dream he'd forgotten. The deeper he ventured, the denser the forest became. The sunlight grew weaker, the air cooler. The trees pressed in on him, their trunks scarred with names, hundreds of them. And then he saw it, his own name, Elliot Hughes. The carving was fresh, the edges of the letters still raw. His stomach twisted. He touched the tree, his fingertips tracing the letters. The wood felt warm, almost alive. He took a step back, suddenly uneasy. That's when he heard it, the whispering. It was faint at first, like wind moving through leaves, but as he stood frozen, it grew louder. Voices, overlapping and indistinct, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Hello?" he called out, his voice shaking. The whispering stopped. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees, his heart pounding. The forest was silent now, but the stillness felt wrong, heavy, like it was holding its breath. Then the whispers began again, clearer this time. "Elliot," they said, his name spoken by dozens of voices. He ran. The forest seemed to shift around him, the trees growing closer together, their roots tangling across the ground. He stumbled and fell, scraping his hands on the dirt. When he looked up, he saw another tree, its bark freshly carved. This time, it wasn't just his name, Elliot Hughes. "Stay." The voices grew louder, insistent. "Stay, Elliot. Stay." He scrambled to his feet, desperate to find his way back to the trail. But no matter which direction he ran, the trees bore his name, the whispers following him like a shadow. By the time he found the edge of the forest, the sun was setting. The open field beyond was a beacon of safety, and he didn't stop running until he was well beyond the trees. When he finally dared to look back, the forest was still and quiet, the shadows of the trees stretching long in the fading light. He never went back to that trail, but weeks later, he began dreaming of the forest, dreams where the trees moved, where his name glowed on their bark, where the whispers called him deeper. And one morning, when he woke, his hands were streaked with dirt and his boots were by the door, caked with dried mud. Story number 6. The Clock That Counts Down. Victor wasn't much of a collector. His apartment was sparsely furnished, with only the essentials and a few scattered mementos. But something about the old clock in the dusty window of the curio shop caught his eye. It was small, no taller than a stack of books, with an ornate brass frame and a face marked by Roman numerals. The hands were delicate, almost skeletal, and beneath them, a smaller dial was etched with numbers counting from 60 to 0. The shopkeeper had smiled when Victor asked about it. "Ah, the countdown clock," he said, wiping his hands on a stained apron. "One of a kind. They say it's from an old estate, made by a craftsman who didn't like surprises." Victor wasn't sure why he bought it. He just felt drawn to it, as if the clock had been waiting for him. The first night, Victor placed the clock on the mantel above the fireplace. It ticked softly, a steady rhythm that filled the quiet room. The smaller dial was still. It didn't seem to move, and Victor assumed it was purely decorative. But the next morning, as he left the apartment for work, he glanced back and saw the smaller dial had started. The hand ticked down. 58, 57, 56. He paused, frowning. "That's strange," he muttered. But he didn't have time to investigate. That evening, Victor came home to find the smaller dial reset to 60. The clock itself seemed unchanged, but something about it felt off. Over the next few days, the pattern repeated. Whenever Victor left the room, the dial began counting down. It always reset when he returned. He tried experimenting. Standing just outside the doorway, he listened. but the ticking didn't change. Peering around the corner, he caught the hand ticking down again, as if it knew he wasn't fully present. On the fourth day, the countdown hit 0. Victor had stepped out to grab a cup of coffee from the kitchen. When he returned, the clock's ticking had stopped entirely, and the air in the room felt different, thicker, heavier. The lights flickered. A faint sound, like distant whispers, filled the apartment. Victor froze, staring at the clock. Its face was still, but the brass frame seemed to shimmer, almost as if it were breathing. The whispers grew louder, distinct words now. "It's time," they said. Terrified, Victor grabbed the clock and shoved it into a closet. But even with the door shut, he could hear its ticking, louder and faster than before. That night, he dreamed of a dark, endless hallway, lined with clocks that all counted down in unison. At the end of the hall was a door, and behind it, something was waiting for him. When he woke, the closet door was open, and the clock was back on the mantel. Desperation drove him to the curio shop. The shopkeeper listened as Victor explained, his expression unreadable. "You can't get rid of it," the man finally said. "The clock chooses its owner. It's not warning you, it's binding you. The countdown isn't for the clock, it's for you." Victor demanded to know what would happen when it hit 0 again. The shopkeeper shrugged. "No one's lived to find out." Victor returned home, the clock ticking steadily on the mantel. He tried smashing it, burning it, even throwing it into the river, but every morning it was back, pristine and counting down. He stopped leaving the room, terrified of what might happen. But the clock had no mercy. One night, while he slept, the countdown began on its own. When it hit 0, Victor's screams echoed through the apartment. By morning, the clock sat silently on the mantel, waiting for its next owner to bring it home. Story number 7, The Collector's House. Emma had always loved estate sales. There was something thrilling about stepping into someone else's life, sifting through their forgotten treasures. When she saw the listing for the sale at the old Ashcroft mansion, she couldn't resist. The mansion loomed at the end of a long, winding drive, its windows dark and its stone facade weathered with age. A small crowd had gathered on the front lawn, whispering among themselves as they waited for the doors to open. "Strange place," one man muttered. "No one's lived here in years. Didn't even know anyone was putting it up for sale." Emma ignored the chatter, more interested in the promise of antique furniture and vintage jewelry. When the heavy doors creaked open, she stepped inside with the others, her eyes wide with curiosity. The interior was as grand as she had imagined. Sweeping staircases, intricate woodwork, and chandeliers draped in cobwebs. The air smelled faintly of mildew, and the light filtering through the dusty windows gave everything a hazy glow. But it wasn't the architecture that caught her attention. In the main hall stood a cluster of mannequins, each posed as if frozen mid-conversation. They were dressed in clothing from different eras: a Victorian gown, a flapper dress, a soldier's uniform. Their faces were eerily detailed, with glassy eyes that seemed almost too lifelike. Emma shivered but told herself it was just the craftsmanship. As she wandered deeper into the house, she found more mannequins, They filled the rooms, posed in elaborate tableaus. A family seated at a dining table, a maid dusting a bookshelf, a child holding a toy horse. The longer she looked, the stranger it seemed. The mannequin's skin wasn't the smooth plastic she expected, but something textured, almost organic. In one room, she swore she saw a mannequin's hand twitch. Just my imagination, she muttered, shaking her head. She found herself drawn to a room at the end of a narrow hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and inside was a single mannequin seated in an ornate chair. This one was different. It wore a simple dress, its head tilted as if it were watching her. Its eyes seemed to glisten in the dim light. Emma hesitated, then stepped closer. The room felt colder, and the air was heavy with silence. That's when she noticed the faint smell, something sweet and metallic, like decaying flowers. "Beautiful, aren't they?" a voice said, startling her. Emma turned to see an elderly man standing in the doorway. His face was gaunt, his eyes shadowed. "They were my greatest passion," he said, stepping inside. "Each one a masterpiece, preserved for eternity." Emma frowned. "Preserved?" The man smiled, a slow, unsettling grin. "Look closely. Can't you see? They were once just like you." Her heart began to race as she looked back at the mannequin in the chair. She noticed the faint lines of veins beneath its pale skin, the delicate curve of its fingernails. "They're people," she whispered, backing away. The man's grin widened. "They are my collection, each one chosen, each one perfected. You see, time is cruel, takes beauty and turns it to dust. But here, in my house, beauty is eternal." Emma turned to run, but the doorway was blocked by another mannequin, one she hadn't seen move but now stood in her path. The house seemed to close in around her. The mannequins she had passed in the halls were no longer stationary. They were moving, closing the distance, their glassy eyes fixed on her. She screamed as cold hands gripped her arms, dragging her back toward the chair. The elderly man watched, his expression calm, almost tender. "You'll be my finest piece yet," he said softly. Days later, the estate sale ended, and the mansion was sealed once more. In the room at the end of the hall, a new mannequin sat in the chair, its face frozen in an expression of silent terror. And somewhere in the shadows, the collector waited for his next visitor. Story number 8, The Fading Photograph. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when Daniel first stumbled upon the photograph. He had been browsing through a dusty antique shop on the edge of town, the kind of place where time seemed to hang heavy in the air. The photograph was tucked into the corner of a cracked wooden frame, half buried beneath a pile of faded postcards and yellowed letters. Something about it caught his attention immediately. The image was black and white, worn with age but clear enough to see. It showed a family, father, mother, and 2 children, standing in front of a modest house with ivy creeping up its walls. The father was tall and broad-shouldered, the mother slim and severe-looking. The children, a boy and a girl, stood stiffly between them, their faces blank. And there, in the background, stood a figure that made Daniel's chest tighten. It was a man half in shadow, wearing a dark coat and a somber expression. He wasn't looking at the camera but directly at Daniel, or so it seemed. The resemblance was uncanny. The man looked exactly like him. Daniel bought the photograph on impulse, brushing off the shopkeeper's comments about its eerie quality. He told himself it was nothing, just a coincidence, a trick of genetics or an overactive imagination. Back at his apartment, he set the photograph on his desk and studied it under the harsh glow of a desk lamp. The resemblance was undeniable. The sharp line of the jaw, the curve of the nose, even the faint shadow of a scar above the right eyebrow. It was all there. Maybe he's an ancestor, Daniel muttered to himself, though he didn't recognize the house or the family. Still, the photograph nagged at him. That night, as he prepared for bed, he found himself glancing at it again and again. The man's eyes seemed darker now, more focused. The next morning, something was different. There was a new figure in the photograph, a young woman standing at the edge of the frame. She was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, her face pale and blurred, as if she were only half real. Daniel frowned. He was sure she hadn't been there before. He chalked it up to his imagination or a detail he had overlooked. But as the day went on, a gnawing unease settled in his stomach. That night, as he passed the mirror in his bathroom, he paused. His reflection looked wrong. It was subtle at first, a dullness in his eyes, a faint blurring around the edges of his face. By the third day, he couldn't deny it anymore. His reflection was fading. The photograph, however, was becoming clearer. The young woman was now fully visible, her face turned slightly toward the shadowed man. Another figure had appeared, a child, clutching her skirt and staring straight ahead with wide, empty eyes. Daniel's own reflection in the mirror was almost gone now, his features faint as a whisper. Desperate for answers, he returned to the antique shop. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with sharp eyes, listened to his story with an expression of growing alarm. "That photograph," she said slowly, "it's been here for decades. No one wanted it. They said it was cursed." "What kind of curse?" Daniel demanded. The woman shook her head. "I don't know, but everyone who's owned it has vanished. They just disappeared." Back at his apartment, Daniel tore the photograph from its frame, his hands shaking. He thought about burning it, tearing it apart, anything to rid himself of its grip. But as he held it under the light, he saw something that stopped him cold. There, in the photograph, was his apartment. The background had changed. The family and the house were gone, replaced by his own living room, down to the lamp on the desk and the books on the shelf. And standing in the center of the room was Daniel. Not the shadowed figure who had resembled him, but him. He was staring at the camera, his face pale and his eyes hollow. The photograph began to tremble in his hands, or maybe it was his own body shaking. The light in the room flickered, and a cold wind swept through, though the windows were closed. When he looked up, his reflection in the mirror was gone completely. And then, from the corner of the room, he heard a voice, a low, rasping whisper. "You're almost home." The last thing Daniel saw before the room went dark was the photograph slipping from his hands, falling to the floor. In the image, the family was back, standing in front of the house. The shadowed man was gone, replaced by a smiling Daniel, holding the hand of the little girl at his side. The photograph lay still, silent, waiting for the next curious soul to find it. Story number 9, The Midnight Visitor. The boarding house on Sycamore Street had a reputation for being quaint and quiet, a place where tenants came to escape the noise of the city. Its owner, Mrs. Walker, took pride in keeping it that way. She was a strict but fair woman, and her rules were simple. Pay your rent on time, keep the common areas clean, and, most importantly, never open the door at midnight. The rule seemed odd to Laura when she first moved in. A young journalist who had just arrived in town for work, Laura didn't believe in superstitions. When she asked Mrs. Walker about the rule, the older woman merely pursed her lips and said, "It's for your safety, dear." The other tenants were no help either. They avoided the topic, brushing it off with nervous laughs or vague comments about old traditions. But Laura's curiosity only grew. Her first night in the boarding house passed uneventfully. The room was small but cozy, with a window overlooking the quiet street. Around 11, the house grew silent as everyone retired for the night. Then, at the stroke of midnight, there came a knock. It was soft at first, almost tentative, but unmistakable. Laura froze, her pen hovering over her notebook. She waited, expecting to hear footsteps or voices, but none came. The knock sounded again, louder this time, followed by a third, insistent one. She crept to her door and peeked out into the dimly lit hallway. The other doors remained closed, their occupants either asleep or pretending to be. The knocking continued, steady and rhythmic, echoing through the stillness of the house. By morning, it was as if nothing had happened. The other tenants avoided her gaze over breakfast, and Mrs. Walker hummed softly to herself as she served coffee. Laura decided not to ask. For the next few nights, the knocking continued. Always at midnight, always the same pattern: 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Laura stayed in her room, listening intently. But on the 5th night, her curiosity got the better of her. At 11:59, she positioned herself at the top of the stairs, her heart pounding. When the clock struck midnight, the knocking began. It came from the front door, as she'd suspected. From her vantage point, she could see the faint outline of someone standing on the porch, though the frosted glass obscured their features. "Hello?" she called softly. The knocking stopped. She hesitated, then descended the stairs. The other tenants' doors remained shut, but she felt their eyes on her, peering through cracks and peepholes. When she reached the door, she hesitated again. Her hand hovered over the doorknob. Then, before she could think better of it, she turned the knob and opened the door. The porch was empty. A chill wind swept past her, carrying the faint scent of damp earth. The street outside was deserted, bathed in the pale glow of a street lamp. "Hello?" she called again, her voice trembling. No answer. She closed the door, her skin prickling with unease. When she turned back toward the stairs, she saw the other tenants peeking out from their rooms, their faces pale and drawn. "What did you do?" one of them whispered. That night, Laura couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing with possibilities. She told herself it was nothing, just a prank or a figment of her imagination. But when she finally drifted off, her dreams were strange and fragmented. She saw a figure standing at the foot of her bed, its face hidden in shadow. It whispered her name over and over until she woke with a start. The room was dark and silent, but then she heard it, the faint creak of floorboards just outside her door. Over the following days, the occurrences grew stranger. Objects in her room were moved or vanished altogether. She woke one morning to find muddy footprints leading from the door to her bedside. The other tenants avoided her entirely now, their gazes filled with a mixture of fear and pity. Desperate for answers, Laura confronted Mrs. Walker. "What's going on here?" she demanded. "Who's been knocking on the door? And why did no one stop me from opening it?" Mrs. Walker's face was ashen. "We told you not to," she said quietly. "Now it's chosen you." "What has?" Mrs. Walker wouldn't answer. That night, the knocking didn't come from the front door. It came from Laura's bedroom window. She didn't open it. But the next morning, she found the window unlocked, the glass smeared with handprints that weren't her own. Her dreams became darker, filled with visions of an empty void and a voice calling her name. She stopped leaving her room, too terrified to face whatever was waiting for her outside. On the seventh night, the knocking stopped altogether. The house was silent. When the other tenants went to check on Laura the next morning, her room was empty. Her belongings were untouched, her bed neatly made. The only sign she had ever been there was a single muddy footprint leading from the bed to the door. And at midnight that night, the knocking resumed. Story number 10, The Cemetery's Keeper. When Anna and Mark first saw the house, it seemed like the perfect place to escape the noise of the city. Tucked at the edge of a small town, it sat at the foot of a steep hill, with an old cemetery just beyond the backyard. The house was large and charming, with ivy crawling up its stone walls and a cracked porch that creaked with age. It was everything they had dreamed of. The realtor had mentioned the cemetery in passing, but she said little else about it. "It's been there for generations," she said. "The caretaker used to live in the house next door, but he vanished some time ago. No one knows what happened to him." Anna had shuddered at the mention of the missing caretaker, but Mark dismissed it. "Nothing to worry about. It's a peaceful place," he said, looking at the cemetery from the front window. But the cemetery was anything but peaceful. The first few nights, they didn't think much of the strange noises. There was an odd creaking sound in the house at odd hours, footsteps from the floorboards above, the soft rustle of leaves against the window. They assumed it was just the house settling, the wind shaking the branches of the old trees outside. That was until they noticed the shadows. It started one evening when Anna went out to the garden. She paused when she saw a figure moving between the gravestones, too tall to be a tree branch swaying in the wind. The shape seemed to flicker, stretching across the cemetery, then disappearing behind a headstone. First, she thought it was just a trick of the light, but the next day, Mark saw it too. "I saw it too," he said that evening, his voice tight. "A shadow moving around the cemetery. It was wrong, like it wasn't quite right." Anna didn't sleep that night. She stared out the window, watching the dark shape shift between the gravestones, never lingering in one spot for too long. It wasn't until dawn that the shadows seemed to settle, finally retreating into the corners of the cemetery. The next morning, Anna and Mark found an old journal hidden in the attic. It belonged to the previous caretaker, and as they flipped through the yellowed pages, they read about his growing unease. The shadows walked between the gravestones now. He had written in one of the last entries, "They come every night looking for something. They are looking for someone, a new keeper." That night, Mark insisted they investigate. They climbed over the low stone wall and stepped into the overgrown cemetery, their flashlights casting long beams across the tombstones. The air felt thick and heavy, as though the ground beneath them was holding its breath. "I don't like this," Anna whispered, her voice trembling as she scanned the rows of graves. Mark didn't answer. He had seen it too, the dark figures moving between the stones, just beyond the reach of their light. They were there, just out of view, always lurking just at the edge of the beam. Then the air grew still, the shadows stopped moving, and, for a moment, there was complete silence. Anna grabbed Mark's arm. "We should go," but it was too late. The shadows stretched, twisting toward them. They were no longer just shapes but figures, dark, silent forms that seemed to loom closer with each passing second. As they approached, Anna felt a cold chill, as if the air itself had become alive with something ancient. One of the shadows stepped forward, its form almost human, though its face was hidden in darkness. It raised a hand toward them, and a voice, soft and distant, whispered, "We are waiting." The shadows circled them, pressing in, but Anna and Mark couldn't move, their feet frozen to the ground. They had no choice but to listen. "Come," the voice urged, its words growing louder. "The keeper is gone. We need a new keeper. You will stay. You will guide them, tend to the graves, keep the silence. You will stay forever." The next morning, the cemetery was quiet again. Anna and Mark never spoke about the shadows. They didn't tell anyone what they had seen or heard, but after that night, they stopped sleeping. The graveyard was no longer just a place. It was a presence, a weight. The house seemed to draw them toward the cemetery, pulling them closer, like it was a part of them now. Every evening, just before dark, Anna could feel the eyes of the shadows watching her, waiting for her to come. She had never believed in ghosts before, but now she wasn't so sure. And she knew, if they didn't leave soon, they would be the new keepers of the cemetery, just like the man before them. She felt it in the cold wind that whispered through the trees, in the silence that followed the shadows. They would become part of the cemetery, lost to the graves, just like everyone else before them. And the cemetery would wait, always, for the next keeper. Story number 11, The Silent Village. Lena had always looked forward to visiting her old friend, Sarah, who had moved to a remote village years ago. Sarah had written to her often, describing the peaceful life she'd found in the small village nestled deep in the countryside. It sounded like the perfect escape from the noise of the city. When Lena finally arrived, however, she felt a strange chill in the air. The village was exactly as Sarah had described. Quaint houses, narrow streets, and green fields stretching far into the distance. But there was something unsettling about the silence. There was no chatter from the villagers, no sounds of children playing, no dogs barking. The only noise was the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. She walked through the cobblestone streets, her footsteps echoing unerringly in the quiet. As she neared Sarah's house, she saw a few villagers standing in small clusters, but no one spoke. Instead, they all turned their heads to glance at her, nodding or shaking their heads in silence. A woman in a long, dark coat smiled at her, but the smile never reached her eyes. Lena waved back, though she felt a strange discomfort crawl up her spine. Sarah's house was at the edge of the village, near the woods. When Lena arrived, Sarah greeted her warmly but without a word. Her smile was wide, her eyes kind, but her lips remained firmly closed. The absence of sound was beginning to feel oppressive. "Sarah," Lena asked cautiously, "is everything all right? Why is it so quiet here?" Sarah gestured toward the small wooden table in the center of the room. There was a note placed on it, carefully written in neat handwriting. "No one speaks here. It is the way we live now." Lena's stomach tightened as she read the words. She glanced back at Sarah, but Sarah only gestured for her to sit down, offering a warm cup of tea. Lena sat, bewildered. She tried to start a conversation, but every time she spoke, Sarah simply handed her more notes. The villagers, it seemed, communicated only through written words or strange gestures. Gestures that were always the same. One hand raised in the air, a small shake of the head, a hand pressed to the chest. As the evening passed, Lena noticed more unsettling things. As she walked through the village with Sarah, she saw people exchanging notes that appeared to be filled with nothing but scribbles, as if someone had erased the words that had once been written. When she asked Sarah about it, her friend simply smiled and shook her head, as if to say that it was nothing to worry about. But the more Lena stayed, the more she felt something was wrong. The village was too quiet, too still. There were places in the streets where the cobblestones had worn away, as though memories themselves had been swept clean. She realized with a cold shock that even the houses seemed familiar yet not quite right. Some of the windows were blank, as if they had been scrubbed of anything that had once been there. At night, Lena tried to sleep, but the silence was suffocating. She could hear the sound of her own heartbeat, and yet it felt as though the silence was pushing in on her, pressing down on her chest. She felt as though she was being erased too, slowly, bit by bit. The next morning, Lena woke to find something horrifying. Sarah's face was no longer in the house. The note she left was simple. "Sarah is no longer here. The village will forget you too." Panic surged in Lena's chest. She ran through the streets, searching for any sign of life. But as she ran, she saw the villagers, their faces empty, their hands extended toward her in a gesture she had learned all too well, silent and beckoning. Lena turned back toward Sarah's house, only to find that it was gone. In its place was an empty plot of land, the memory of a house fading like a dream. The silence was swallowing her whole. She wasn't sure if the village had always been this way or if her presence had triggered it, but she knew one thing. The longer she stayed, the more she would fade into nothing. And as the villagers gathered around her, silent and watchful, Lena understood that she had become a part of the village, just another face lost in the emptiness. She too would be forgotten. Story number 12, The Memory Thief. Jacob had always prided himself on his sharp memory. He could recall the smallest details, names, dates, faces, the way his mother used to smile when she gave him his favorite breakfast. It was something he never had to think about. His memories were simply there, clear and intact. But one evening, while sitting alone at his kitchen table, Jacob couldn't remember where he had left his keys. He checked his pockets, the countertops, and the drawers. Nothing. It was an odd thing, something that had never happened before. He dismissed it, chalking it up to a momentary lapse. But then the next day, something else was missing. A conversation he had with his neighbor, Mrs. Donovan, the previous afternoon. He tried to recall it, but it was gone, as if it had never happened. First, he thought it was stress. Life had been hectic lately, work, bills, the usual routine. But as the days wore on, the gaps grew bigger. Entire conversations, meetings, even moments with his wife, Leah, seemed to disappear as if they had been wiped clean from his mind. It wasn't that he forgot them in the usual sense. It was more like they had never existed in the first place, replaced by something else. One evening, he found himself staring at the old family photo album, flipping through the pages. A picture of his younger self at a family picnic caught his attention. But as he studied it, the memory attached to the photo felt wrong. He remembered being there, of course, but it wasn't his father in the picture. It was someone else, a stranger standing beside him, smiling just like his father had. But there was a distinct difference in the eyes. He quickly closed the album, trying to shake off the unease creeping up his spine. But the strange incidents continued. Every time he tried to grasp a memory, it slipped away, only to be replaced by something he didn't recognize. A face he couldn't place, a conversation he had never had. At work, he met with a colleague, but by the time they finished discussing a project, Jacob realized he couldn't even recall the man's name. The strangest part was that the man seemed to remember him. He was sure they had talked before, but Jacob couldn't remember a single conversation. He confided in Leah one evening, but when he tried to explain, he found himself unable to form the right words. "It's like something's taking them," he said, his voice trembling. "My memories, they're not mine anymore. They're someone else's." Leah stared at him, her face pale, her lips pressed tight. "What are you talking about, Jacob? You're just tired. Maybe you need rest." But Jacob couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach. He could see it now clearly. There was someone, lurking in the spaces between his thoughts, pulling them away, replacing them with things that didn't belong. The nights were the worst. He would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly a memory would flash before his eyes. A moment so vivid it felt real, but it wasn't his. A childhood birthday party, one that he had never attended. A trip to the beach with people he had never met. Each time, the feeling would grow stronger, the memories more vivid, more invasive. One night, after another disturbing memory shift, Jacob decided he had to confront this. He grabbed his coat and left the house, determined to find answers. He walked through the streets, each step feeling heavier than the last, as if he was being pulled into some deep, dark current. His mind was clouded, but his body moved on its own, leading him to the old bookstore at the end of the street. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old paper, and the light was dim, the shelves towering over him like silent sentinels. He walked to the back of the store, drawn by a strange compulsion, until he found an old, dusty book with no title on the spine. He opened it, and his heart skipped a beat. The pages were filled with names, dates, and memories. His own memories, his childhood, his parents, his life, except they weren't his. The pages changed as he flipped through them, each memory being replaced by another. An event, a face, a name that was not his. As he read, it became clear. Someone or something had been stealing his life, erasing his existence and leaving another in its place. And the more he read, the more he realized that he wasn't in control. He never had been. He slammed the book shut, but the memories kept coming. Each time he closed his eyes, they flooded back, stronger, clearer. Faces of people he had never known, places he had never been, but all of it was becoming his reality. Jacob realized with a sinking dread that his mind was no longer his. Someone, something was living his life, one stolen memory at a time. He rushed back to the house, desperate to stop it. But when he arrived, it was too late. Leah was gone, and in her place was a stranger, sitting at the kitchen table, eating dinner. The same smile, the same face, but the eyes, those eyes, they weren't hers. They were the same as the stranger in the photo, the same eyes that had replaced his father's. "Who are you?" Jacob asked, his voice shaking. The woman smiled and pushed the chair out. "Don't you remember?" she said softly. "You invited me in." And with that, Jacob knew he had been replaced. His life, his memories, everything was now someone else's. Story number 13, The Hidden Room. Clara and Thomas had always dreamed of finding a quiet, secluded place to start fresh. So, when they stumbled upon a charming cottage nestled at the edge of a small village, they knew they had found their escape. The house was old, but not in a way that made it feel haunted. It was a home with character, a place to build new memories, and the attic, a tiny, forgotten room above the kitchen, seemed to promise just that. But there was something strange about that attic door. At first, it seemed like an ordinary wooden door, hidden behind a loose beam in the hallway. But when Clara tried to open it, she found it locked. She thought little of it. Old houses often have rooms that are locked for one reason or another, and she didn't give it a second thought. Over the next few weeks, as they settled into the cottage, Clara and Thomas found themselves busy with renovations, unpacking boxes, and enjoying the simplicity of life in the countryside. But the attic door lingered in the back of Clara's mind, as if it were calling her, taunting her curiosity. One rainy evening, while Thomas was out running errands, Clara decided to try again. She had found an old key in a drawer of the kitchen, an antique brass key that seemed to belong to nothing in particular. She didn't know why, but something inside her urged her to try it in the attic door. To her surprise, the key turned smoothly, and the door creaked open. The room beyond was small, dusty, and appeared untouched by time. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with faded books. There was a single bed, neatly made with a quilt that had been stitched by hand. A small desk sat under a dusty window, where sunlight filtered through, casting long shadows across the room. It looked like a room someone had just left, or perhaps a room someone had been waiting for someone to return to. Clara stepped inside, her feet brushing against the creaky wooden floorboards. It was unnervingly quiet. The stillness made the room feel like a forgotten memory, not like a space in her new home. But as she turned to leave, something caught her eye. A small, delicate picture frame sat on the desk. It wasn't there a moment ago. Clara felt a cold shiver run down her spine as she picked it up, examining the photograph of a woman she didn't recognize. The woman had dark hair, pale skin, and a smile that was almost too wide. Clara couldn't put her finger on why, but the expression unsettled her. She quickly placed the picture back on the desk, her heart racing. When she left the room, closing the door behind her, she felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. The next morning, Thomas was excited to tell Clara that he had discovered something unusual in the garden. A strange marking carved into one of the trees, something that looked like a symbol from another time. But Clara couldn't focus on that. She kept thinking about the attic. That afternoon, when she tried to enter the room again, the door was locked once more. She tried the key, but it wouldn't turn. It was as if the room didn't want to be accessed. She tried all day, in vain, until finally, just before sunset, the door gave way, swinging open with a soft groan. Clara stepped inside and froze. The room had changed. The bed was no longer neatly made. The quilt was now crumpled, as if someone had recently slept there. The bookshelves were rearranged, the books leaning in odd angles, some stacked in piles, others lying open on the floor. The picture frame was still on the desk, but the woman in the photo had changed. She was smiling even wider now, her eyes darker, and the light in the room seemed to bend around her face. Clara stumbled back, her breath shallow. She hadn't moved anything. She hadn't touched a single thing since yesterday. Yet the room was completely different. Her heart raced as she glanced around, her pulse quickening. She had to tell Thomas. But when she left the room and closed the door, she noticed something she hadn't before. A small scratch on the door frame, as if something or someone had been clawing at it from the inside. That evening, Clara shared her experience with Thomas, and he listened carefully, but she could see the skepticism in his eyes. "You're just tired," he said. "It's an old house. These things happen." But Clara knew what she had seen. She knew the room had changed, and she was certain it wasn't just her imagination. The house was hiding something that wanted to be kept locked away. The next few days blurred into one another. Every time they entered the attic, the room had changed again. The bed, the desk, the bookshelves, all of it shifted in ways that felt deliberate, like the room itself was trying to tell them something, or maybe trying to keep something hidden. Clara decided to investigate. She searched the cottage, looking for any old documents or clues that might explain the room's strange behavior. That's when she found an old letter in the attic. It was yellowed with age, addressed to someone named Isabel. The handwriting was elegant, but the words were unsettling. The room will never be still again. It will move as you move. It will twist as you twist. And when you try to leave, it will change again. Keep it locked. Keep it hidden. Clara felt the blood drain from her face as she read the letter. The room wasn't just a storage space or a forgotten part of the house. It was alive, or something in it was. Something that had been locked away for a reason. As she closed the letter, a shadow moved across the room, and Clara heard a faint whisper coming from the locked door. It sounded like someone calling her name, soft and sweet, but cold. She didn't answer, and as she stood there, she realized one thing with chilling certainty. The room was no longer trying to hide something. It was waiting for her. It was waiting for her to come back. Story number 14, The Book That Reads You. It was an ordinary afternoon when Gregory wandered into the dusty old store at the end of the street. He had passed it countless times before, but never thought to stop. Today, however, the door swung open, inviting him inside with the musty scent of old paper and leather. The store was small, crammed with shelves that seemed to sag under the weight of forgotten objects. Old furniture, strange trinkets, and piles of books. He was drawn to a corner of the store where the books seemed older than anything he had ever seen. There, on the top shelf, tucked between thick volumes and hidden behind a layer of dust, was a single leather-bound book. The cover was smooth, dark brown, and without a title. The spine cracked as he picked it up, sending a shiver through his fingers. It felt heavier than he expected, as though it contained more than just pages. Curious, he flipped it open. First, there were no words, just blank pages, each one staring back at him like a forgotten promise. But as he turned the pages one by one, something started to change. The first page that appeared before him was filled with neat, precise handwriting. A life story. His life. Gregory Thomas, born on a rainy morning in October, the son of William and Mary Thomas, grew up in a house on Maple Street, full of the sounds of laughter and the smell of fresh bread. The first time he was afraid was when he was 7 and his dog ran away. Gregory froze, his eyes scanning the words. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the story was his. His birth, his childhood, his first pet, even the house on Maple Street. All of it was there, written in such vivid detail that it felt as though he were reading his own memories. He turned the page, and the story continued, describing a summer trip to the lake he had taken years ago, a time when he had nearly drowned but was saved by a stranger. Every event was as accurate as it was unsettling, each word pulling him deeper into the book. He couldn't put it down. The next page was different, though. It was a detailed account of his day, a Tuesday just like today. It described his morning routine, waking up late, rushing to get to work, his interactions with his coworkers. But it didn't stop there. It went on to describe the very moment he had walked into the store, how his eyes had lingered on the book, how he had picked it up and felt the weight of it in his hands. Every detail was there, written before he had even experienced it. A cold chill ran through him. He turned another page, more frantically now, as though something inside him was urging him to know what would come next. The words on the next page were still describing his life, but the events were no longer as innocent. It described a heated argument he would have later that evening with his best friend, one that would leave their friendship in tatters. But it didn't end there. The next entry began to describe his death. As the evening falls, Gregory Thomas will walk alone down the darkened street, unaware of the danger that awaits him. The sound of footsteps behind him will be his only warning. He will not have time to scream, and no one will be there to help. The last breath he will take will be in the alley next to the old theater. Gregory's heart pounded. He slammed the book shut, but the weight of it in his hands seemed to drag him down. His mind raced. Couldn't be. The book had predicted his life so far. Everything had been correct. But this was too much. He had no idea when it was supposed to happen, but he knew one thing. The book had been right about everything. And if it was right about this, he might be running out of time. Panic set in. He tried to close his eyes, to shake the image of his own death from his mind. But every time he opened the book, the words were still there. More entries, more details, more events that hadn't happened yet but seemed to be unfolding before him. He tried to leave, to get out of the store, but the book was in his hands, unrelenting. The store had suddenly grown smaller, darker. The air thickened with a pressure he couldn't explain. He looked around, hoping for someone to help, but the store was empty, silent. He was alone. The book began to change again, showing him future pages, not just about him, but about the people around him. Faces he didn't recognize, moments he hadn't yet experienced. The pages flipped faster, like time itself had sped up, and he couldn't keep up. There was no escaping it. His breath quickened as he realized the truth. The book didn't just describe his life. It had always known what he would do, what he would feel, what he would fear. It had seen everything, and now it was watching him. Every page, every word, was like a chain pulling him closer to his fate. He tried to tear the pages out, but the book wouldn't let him. It held his fingers in place, forcing him to read the words that described his inevitable end. And as he turned to the final page, he saw it. The last entry was already written. Gregory Thomas will open the book for the last time, and the book will open to him its final chapter, the end. A shadow moved behind him, and for the first time, Gregory understood. The book had not just recorded his life, it had written it, and now it was writing his death. The sound of footsteps echoed through the store. Story number 15, The Mirror That Shows the Future. The old mansion stood at the edge of town, its windows boarded up and the garden overtaken by weeds. It had been empty for years, yet when the Clark family drove up the winding path, it didn't feel like an abandoned house. It felt waiting. Sarah and Daniel, along with their 2 children, Emily and Ben, had been looking for a fresh start, and the mansion seemed perfect, a place to escape the noise of the world and build something new. The house, despite its worn appearance, had an undeniable charm. It creaked under their footsteps, but there was something inviting about it. The furniture was old, but in good condition, and the walls, though covered in a layer of dust, seemed to hold memories in their faded wallpaper. They had almost settled in when they came across the mirror. It was an antique, long and narrow, with an intricately carved frame that seemed out of place in the otherwise humble house. It hung in the hallway between the kitchen and the living room, reflecting nothing but the empty space around it. Or at least it was supposed to reflect only the space around it. At first, the family thought nothing of it. It was just another old fixture, like the worn rugs or the heavy curtains. But soon, Sarah noticed something strange. When she passed by the mirror, she caught glimpses of something else, something more. The reflection wasn't just of her, but of her standing in a different place, a different time. In one reflection, she saw herself sitting at the kitchen table, laughing with Daniel. In another, she was walking through the front door, a bouquet of flowers in her hands, her face alight with happiness. It was only when she called Daniel over that she realized it wasn't just a trick of the light. "Look," she said, pointing to the mirror. "It's like I'm seeing the future, like it's showing me what's to come." Daniel peered into the glass, his brows furrowing. There she was, just as Sarah had said, herself in the kitchen in the future. The reflection looked the same as now, but there was something in the way Sarah was smiling, something unsettling about the version of her that stared back from the glass. But that was the beginning. At first, the glimpses were harmless, small moments of the future. Emily would come down the stairs late at night, yawning and looking for her parents, or Ben would help Sarah in the garden. Ordinary, unimportant moments. But over time, the images began to shift. One evening, Sarah was standing in the hallway again, brushing her hair in front of the mirror, when she saw something that froze her. The reflection of her children, Emily and Ben, suddenly looked different. They were in the living room, but they were no longer playing together. Ben was standing, his face contorted in fear, while Emily knelt beside him, her hand hovering over his shoulder as if she were trying to comfort him. But something was wrong. Emily's face, her expression was blank, as if she didn't know who she was comforting. And Ben, he looked like he was pleading. Sarah blinked and the scene was gone. She stepped closer to the mirror, trying to make sense of what she had seen. But the image was shifting again, showing only the present, nothing more. She turned, startled, but the air in the room felt heavier, as though it was holding its breath. The next day, she couldn't stop thinking about the vision, even though she told herself it was just a trick of the light. But the unease gnawed at her, pulling her back to the mirror over and over again. It wasn't long before the visions grew darker. One evening, while Ben and Emily were playing outside, Sarah saw it again. The mirror was showing her family, only now the reflection was distorted. The room was dim, the walls seemed to tremble with shadows, and there was a sense of heaviness in the air. Emily was holding Ben, but his body was limp in her arms. His face was ashen, his eyes staring unblinking at the ceiling. Emily too looked changed. Her smile was gone. Instead, her mouth was slightly open, as though she was calling out, but there was no sound. Sarah rushed to the window, her heart pounding. But there they were, Ben and Emily, just as they were supposed to be. laughing, running, playing under the sun. Nothing was wrong. They were fine. She wiped her forehead, trying to steady her breathing, telling herself it was just her imagination. But she couldn't shake the feeling. The mirror seemed to be pulling her deeper. Every time she tried to turn away, it showed her something new, something worse. A night when she would find herself standing by the kitchen counter, covered in blood. A moment when she would stand in the hallway, the house empty, the lights flickering, an empty cradle, a broken window. She tried to ignore it, tried to avoid looking at it, but it was always there, waiting. The reflections changed with every choice they made. No matter what they did to try and alter their actions, the mirror showed a twisted version of the future, one that seemed to haunt them with a cruel certainty. Sarah tried to confront the mirror, shouting at it to stop, to show her something good, something she could hold on to. But the glass didn't respond. It only reflected what was destined to happen, a path that twisted and bent, always leading to the same terrifying conclusion. And then, one night, Sarah stepped too close. She reached out to touch the surface of the mirror, her fingertips grazing the cold glass, as the reflection of her family flickered before her eyes. Ben lying motionless on the floor, Emily standing over him, her hands stained red, the house around them dark, silent, empty. The mirror did not blink. She turned, her heart pounding in her chest. The future was already set in motion, and there was no way to stop it, no matter what they did. Story number 16, The Forever Maze. There was something about the old mansion that drew them in, a magnetic pull that none of them could explain. It had been abandoned for years, standing on the outskirts of town like a forgotten monument, its windows dark and its gates rusted shut. The stories about it were all the same. Strange noises at night, flickering lights, and rumors of a labyrinth hidden somewhere deep inside. But that wasn't what intrigued the group of friends. It was the thrill, the dare, the idea that something so dangerous could still exist in the middle of their quiet town. Elliot, Sarah, Max, and Laura stood at the iron gates, the mansion looming behind them, its walls crumbling with age. There were whispers in the air, as if the house itself was breathing, waiting. Max, ever the leader, grinned at the others. This is going to be fun. They'd heard the stories, of course, about the maze that no one had ever found, and how those who entered it never came out the same. The mansion was supposed to have an ancient labyrinth hidden somewhere within its walls, a secret so well guarded that even the bravest of explorers had failed to uncover it. But this group of friends wasn't going to let a little thing like fear stop them. They were going to find it, and when they did, they would have a story to tell that no one would ever believe. The front door creaked as they pushed it open, the air inside cold and stale. Dust hung in the air, and the sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty halls. The house had been abandoned for so long that it felt as though time itself had forgotten it. The walls were lined with faded paintings, the floors covered in tattered rugs. It was almost peaceful until they heard it. A distant noise, soft at first, but growing louder. It sounded like a door creaking on its hinges. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the house settling," Max said, his confidence unwavering. "Let's keep moving." They wandered through the house for what felt like hours, searching for any sign of the maze. The more they explored, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as though the house itself was watching them, waiting for them to find what they were looking for. When they reached the back of the mansion, they finally found it. A narrow door, hidden behind a heavy velvet curtain, seemed out of place, too small, too inconspicuous. But when Elliot pulled it open, the others gasped. Behind it was a hallway, its walls covered in peeling wallpaper, leading into a pitch-black void. "This has to be it," Max said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "The maze." One by one, they stepped into the dark hallway, the door creaking shut behind them. The air grew thicker, colder. They walked for what felt like miles, the silence pressing in on them. And then, just like that, they turned a corner and found themselves back at the beginning. "Wait," Elliot said, frowning. "We've been here before." "What do you mean?" Laura asked, looking around. "I swear this was the first corner we turned," Elliot said. "It's the same spot." The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if they were imagining it. But there was no mistaking it. The hallway was identical to the one they had just walked down. The same cracks in the walls, the same worn floorboards, even the same old paintings on the walls, though they now seemed to stare at them with more weight, more knowing. "This isn't right," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "How did we end up here?" Max, who had been walking ahead, suddenly turned and looked at them with wide eyes. "I think we're trapped," he whispered. They all felt it then, the coldness in the air, the sense that something was wrong, terribly wrong. The walls seemed to close in on them, the floor beneath their feet feeling like it was shifting. The hallway stretched endlessly, no matter which direction they took. It didn't matter how many turns they made. They always ended up back at the same place. Every path, every door, every corner led them back to where they started. The maze was alive, and it was keeping them there. Elliot grabbed at the walls in desperation. There has to be another way out. There has to be. But as he reached for the door they had come through, the door vanished. The walls grew tighter, the air thicker, until it felt as though the house itself was breathing, pulsing, and watching. "Is it messing with our minds?" Laura asked, her voice barely audible, the fear starting to take hold. "I don't know," Max said, his voice strained, "but it knows us. It knows our fears." And that was when it happened. The walls began to change. The house was no longer just a labyrinth of hallways. It became something else, something deeply personal. They were walking through their own pasts, their own secrets, their own fears. Elliot found himself back in his childhood home, standing in the doorway of his old bedroom. The door opened by itself, and he stepped inside, the familiar smell of his mother's perfume filling the air. But as he entered, he heard his mother's voice calling from behind him, and when he turned around, it was no longer his mother standing there. It was something else, something far darker, watching him with eyes full of hunger. Sarah stumbled backward, her hand clutching her chest. She found herself in the living room of her old house, the one she hadn't seen in years. But the room wasn't empty. Shadows moved in the corners, whispering her name, twisting her memories into something grotesque. They were pulling her in, the past she had long buried, dragging her back to a place she had tried to forget. Max was the next to break. He found himself in an old playground, the sound of children's laughter filling the air. But there were no children there, only the swings moving by themselves. And when he looked at the swings, he saw something that made his heart freeze. A figure, sitting in the swing, staring at him with eyes full of accusation. Laura was last. She walked down a hallway lined with old family photos. But in each photo, she saw a different version of herself. A version she didn't recognize. One who looked at her with judgment, with sadness. And then, in the final photo, she saw herself standing in front of the mansion, her face twisted in terror. The maze was no longer just a labyrinth of stone and wood. It was their pasts, their guilt, their worst fears, and it was closing in on them. The walls were shifting, the hallway narrowing with every step they took. And then, in the center of the maze, they saw it, a door different from the others standing open. But the door was not the way out. It was the final choice. The choice to face the horrors they had tried to escape, or to remain trapped forever in the maze, in the house, in the dark. As they stood there, frozen in fear, the maze whispered to them, "No matter where you go, you cannot leave. This place was built for you. This is your home now." And so they remained, trapped in the forever maze, where the walls never stopped shifting, and the horrors never ceased to haunt them. Story number 17, The Shadow That Follows. At first, it was barely noticeable. A shift in the corner of her eye, a fleeting presence she couldn't quite place. It would disappear when she turned her head, so she thought nothing of it. Maybe it was just the light, she convinced herself, or the way her own movements seemed to distort in the dim apartment. But the shadow was there, lurking just out of reach. Rachel had been living alone for 2 months now. The apartment was small, dark at times, but cozy enough. A quiet place to settle into, far from the hustle of her old life. But it wasn't the solitude that unsettled her. It was the feeling that something was always just behind her, watching, waiting. She had first noticed it on a rainy afternoon. The storm outside had cast long, twisting shadows across the room. As she stood at the window, staring out at the sheets of rain, she felt the familiar sensation. The cold tingled down her spine, as if someone was standing just behind her. She turned quickly, expecting to see the reflection of her own face in the glass, but there was nothing. The corner of the room, though, seemed darker than it should be. For a split second, the shadow there appeared larger, more defined. Rachel laughed nervously and shook her head. "It's just the light," she muttered, but the feeling lingered, a strange weight in the air. The next few days, the shadow was still there, faint, elusive, but always present. It moved with her, seemed to be at her side whenever she was near a wall or a surface that cast a shadow. It wasn't until she sat down for dinner one night, absent-mindedly flipping through a book, that it first truly bothered her. She paused for a moment, watching the way her shadow moved across the floor. It wasn't quite right. It was too fluid, too independent. She had lifted her glass to take a sip, and as she did, She saw her shadow raise its own hand, slightly out of sync with her own movement, twisting unnaturally. The shadow's fingers curled in a way that hers hadn't. It was almost like it was copying her. But wrong. She felt a flicker of unease. Rachel put the glass down quickly, and the shadow did the same. But it lingered a moment longer, then flickered as though confused, before aligning again with her movements. Rachel stood, staring at the floor, her heart beating a little faster. "Just tired," she whispered to herself. "I'm just seeing things." But the following day, the shadow grew bolder. She would leave the kitchen and glance into the hallway, only to see the shadow stretch unnaturally long on the wall, too long for her own frame. In the reflection of her bathroom mirror, she would catch glimpses of it moving, shifting in a way that wasn't quite hers. It was starting to act on its own. That's when it happened, the first time she noticed it doing something that she hadn't done. Rachel was brushing her teeth, staring into the mirror, when she saw her reflection. Her hands were holding the toothbrush, as they should be, but in the mirror, her shadow was not only holding the toothbrush, but also slowly running it down her face in an exaggerated, twisting motion. The shadow's face twisted in an expression that was not her own, mocking her. Its smile stretched too wide. She dropped the toothbrush, her breath quickening. The shadow didn't stop, kept moving too fast, too independent of her own actions. It laughed, or at least the movement of it suggested something like laughter. Rachel backed away from the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest. "This is impossible," she whispered. But that night, the shadow began to take on a life of its own. It wasn't just following her movements anymore, it was acting before she did. She would lift a glass, and the shadow would drop it. She would turn to grab something, and the shadow would already be reaching for it. In moments of stillness, it would twitch, like a hand reaching out in the dark, trying to touch something she couldn't see. And then it started doing things that she couldn't explain. One afternoon, she had just come back from a walk. She dropped her purse on the couch and sat down, exhausted. She glanced toward the hallway, where her shadow always seemed to follow. But this time it wasn't still. It was walking, slowly. It crept along the wall, inching toward her. She stood, feeling a rush of cold sweat on her neck. "No, no, this is not happening," she said aloud, trying to convince herself that it was just her imagination. But then it stopped. The shadow had come to a halt, and she was certain it was now standing directly behind her, although there was no one there. Slowly, cautiously, Rachel turned around. It was standing there, inches from her back, its shape distorted, twisting. The edges of the shadow were frayed, like something unraveling. Her breath hitched. "You're not me," she whispered. "You can't be." The shadow didn't respond. It stood still, mimicking her every move as she walked away, inching closer and closer until she felt its presence on the back of her neck. Days passed, and it only grew worse. The shadow was no longer following. It was ahead of her now, always one step in front, always twisting and changing. It knew things about her, her desires, her fears, and it used them against her. It would place things in her path, things that would make her hesitate, make her question herself. A locked door she hadn't remembered closing, a mirror that showed someone else's face, a note on her desk that wasn't her handwriting. Rachel's sleep grew erratic, her mind clouded. Every time she looked away, the shadow would move in ways she didn't remember. It was copying her actions, twisting them, distorting them until they no longer felt like hers. One evening, after yet another sleepless night, Rachel came to a terrible realization. The shadow wasn't just following her, it was trying to replace her. It was becoming her. Her mind raced. What could she do? How could she fight something she couldn't even touch? As the days went on, her identity seemed to slip further away, fading under the weight of its presence. Her hands trembled as she tried to write, as if the shadow was reaching over her shoulder, guiding her words, twisting them. Her reflection in the mirror was no longer hers. The shadow wore her face, her expression, but it was wrong, too hollow, too empty. That night, when the shadow reached for her in the dark, Rachel didn't run. She stood still and let it come closer. She had to stop it or it would take everything. It would take her. The shadow stopped before her, silent, waiting. And then, in the silence of that dark room, Rachel reached into the blackness and found the strength to tear herself away. The shadow froze, and in that moment, she realized she would fight to the end, because she had to keep herself intact, or the shadow would erase her. Story number 18, The Song of the Trees. Ethan had always been drawn to the quiet places, the untouched corners of the world where most people never ventured. It was on one of these rare, solitary walks that he stumbled upon the forest. The air around him had shifted subtly, the usual hum of the world giving way to an odd stillness. He didn't think much of it at first, but as he continued down the winding path, something felt off. It wasn't until he noticed the sound. At first, it was faint, a soft hum that seemed to come from nowhere, then everywhere. He stopped, his feet heavy on the forest floor, as he strained to listen. It was like a song, low, warbling, and strangely familiar, almost like a lullaby, though distorted, as if the tune itself was struggling to stay together. Ethan glanced around, trying to find the source. The trees loomed over him, their twisted branches swaying ever so slightly, though there was no breeze. He was alone. The humming continued, and he felt it in his chest, a vibration that seemed to resonate with something deep within him, something ancient. A shiver ran through his body, but his curiosity pushed him forward. The path he walked on narrowed, the trees closing in around him, their trunks thick with age and bark worn smooth by time, and the song, that strange humming, became louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself was calling to him. He quickened his pace. The further he walked, the more the sound seemed to wrap around him. He had to stop himself from running, feeling almost as if the song was pulling him forward against his will. The trees seemed to grow taller as he moved deeper into the forest, their shadows long and thick, cutting off the light that had once filtered through the branches. The sound, the hum, was louder now, unmistakable, almost as if it was coming from inside his own head. But it wasn't just the sound that had changed. The air had thickened too, heavy with an almost sweet smell, as if the earth itself had grown thick and suffocating. Ethan's heart pounded as the song grew clearer, the melody repeating in patterns that felt almost familiar. His thoughts began to blur. There was something comforting about it, something that told him he should know the song, should recognize it. And then he reached the clearing. It was a small space, bathed in dim light despite the heavy canopy overhead. The trees around it were arranged in a perfect circle, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches stretching outward as if to shield whatever lay in the center. And there, in the middle of the clearing, was the source of the song. At first, Ethan thought it was a person, a figure, draped in what looked like tattered clothing, stood just beyond the reach of the trees, humming along with the tune. The figure swayed slightly, its movements too slow to be human, and yet there was something oddly familiar about it. Ethan stepped forward, unable to look away. The closer he got, the clearer it became. The figure wasn't human. Its limbs were elongated, unnatural, stretching beyond what was possible, covered in bark and leaves. Its face twisted into something half-recognizable, a mask of roots and branches that barely resembled the shape of a human skull. The song, it was coming from the figure, and as he stood there, paralyzed by the unsettling image in front of him, the trees around him seemed to shift. Their branches swayed more violently, their roots writhing beneath the soil as though they were alive. And they were. The trees weren't just trees. They were watching him, their bark rippling with strange, hidden life, their eyes hidden in the grooves and knots of their trunks. And the song, their song, was a summons, a call to something deep within the earth, something that was now awake. Ethan stepped back, but his legs felt heavy, like the ground itself was pulling him in. The air was thick now, suffocating, the smell of earth and decay filling his nose. The humming was deafening, and with every note, something inside of him broke, something familiar and lost. He could feel it now, like the song was reaching into his soul, pulling out forgotten memories, things long buried, things that should never be found. His thoughts swirled, and for a brief moment, he saw flashes, visions of the forest, of people lost in its depths, of faces that were twisted with fear. He saw the trees growing, ever reaching, pulling in anything that dared approach them. And then, in the middle of the clearing, a single figure stepped forward, its face finally clear. It was his face. Ethan gasped, stumbling backward, but he couldn't escape. The figure, the one that had called him, grinned. Its teeth were sharp, jagged, and the song continued to play, louder now, rising with a pitch that tore at his mind. The trees closed in. The forest, alive and ancient, began to claim him. The hum grew to a deafening roar as his body stiffened, his thoughts fading away, swallowed by the sound, the call, and the ever-encroaching darkness of the woods. And when the last note was sung, Ethan was no more. The song continued, and the trees waited, their roots deep in the earth, their hum calling to the next soul who would wander too close. Story number 19, The House That Knows. Rachel and Mark had never been the type of couple to believe in things they couldn't see. When they found the old house, nestled on a quiet street at the edge of town, It seemed like a perfect place to start fresh. The house was old, yes, but its bones were solid, and its charm was undeniable. It had a history, a sense of mystery that piqued their curiosity. They were ready for something new, for a life away from the noise and chaos of the city. From the moment they moved in, things felt off. It wasn't anything overt or alarming at first, just a strange stillness in the air, a quiet that seemed to settle into the walls themselves. The house creaked at night, as old houses do, and the wind whispered through the cracks in the windows. But Rachel didn't mind. It was peaceful. Mark, on the other hand, often found himself fidgeting, his eyes darting from room to room like he was looking for something, or maybe trying to avoid it. Their first night was uneventful, except for the strange feeling that they were being watched. It wasn't until the following morning, when they went into the kitchen, that things began to feel wrong. The walls were the first thing Rachel noticed. She hadn't seen them the night before, hidden as they were behind the furniture, but now they were stark and bare, save for a large, ornate mirror above the sink. It was nothing special, just an old mirror with a wooden frame. But when Rachel looked into it, she saw something that shouldn't have been there. The reflection wasn't of her. Instead, there was a version of herself, much older, wearing a look of quiet despair, her eyes sunken and hollow. For a brief moment, Rachel thought she might be seeing things, but the reflection didn't change, didn't blink, stayed there staring back at her. Rachel, Mark's voice called out from the hallway. She tore her gaze away from the mirror, feeling a cold shiver run down her spine. "What is it?" she asked, trying to sound normal. Mark stood in the doorway, holding a coffee mug in his hand, looking confused. Did you see the kitchen? The way it's set up?" Rachel frowned. "What do you mean?" He pointed to the counter. The coffee machine, which had been placed beside the sink the night before, was now across the room, on a small table near the window. The chairs were in different positions, and the small rug beneath the table was neatly folded, as though it had been carefully placed there. "I didn't move anything," Mark said. "Did you?" Rachel shook her head, unease creeping into her chest. "No, the house didn't feel right, but neither of them could put their finger on why." It wasn't until the afternoon, when Rachel went to the living room to unpack some boxes, that the house's strange behavior became more apparent. She walked in, and everything had changed. The couch was now facing a different direction, the curtains drawn shut. The room was darker, colder. The faint smell of mildew lingered in the air, and the floorboards creaked under her feet. But what unsettled her most was the painting on the wall, an old, faded picture of a house. It wasn't their house, but there was something deeply familiar about it, something she couldn't quite place. Rachel stared at the painting, feeling a sense of dread pool in her stomach. She tried to look away, but her eyes were drawn back to it, as if the image was pulling her in, beckoning her to step closer. As she reached out to touch the frame, the door behind her creaked open. Mark stood there, looking pale. "I just went upstairs to the bedroom," he said, his voice tight. "It's Rachel, it's different. The bed, the walls, they're not how we left them." Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She hurried upstairs, her pulse quickening with every step. As she entered the bedroom, she saw that Mark was right. The bed was no longer centered in the room. The dresser had been moved, and the wallpaper, which they'd only just noticed had been peeling in places, was now perfectly smooth, as though it had been freshly repaired. But that wasn't what caught her attention. The mirror on the wall, once plain and unremarkable, now reflected something disturbing. There, in the glass, was an image of her standing in the doorway. But it wasn't the same Rachel. The woman in the mirror had her arms raised, her mouth open in a silent scream. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She reached out, but the reflection didn't move with her. It stayed frozen, its mouth wide, its eyes wide with terror. "Mark, we need to leave," Rachel whispered, panic rising in her chest. But Mark didn't hear her. He was staring at the wall, his eyes wide, his face pale. There, etched into the wallpaper, were words, small, delicate letters that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. "I know you." Rachel froze, her body stiff with fear. She turned toward the door, ready to run, but as she did, the room shifted again. The door to the hallway was gone. The walls seemed to move, closing in around her, and the air grew thick with a heavy, suffocating presence. "Rachel!" Mark's voice echoed from somewhere far away, distorted and hollow. She turned to him, but he was no longer there. The house was changing, shifting, rearranging itself according to her emotions, her fears. It wasn't just reacting to her. It was controlling her, pulling her deeper into its labyrinth of memories and regrets. The house knew them. It knew their deepest thoughts, their darkest desires, and it was showing them through twisted mirrors, through shifting rooms, through echoes of things that had never happened, that there was no escape. They were trapped inside its walls, and it was only a matter of time before the house claimed them completely, because the house, Rachel realized, didn't just reflect their lives. It owned them. Story number 20, The Forgotten Ones. It was supposed to be a simple road trip, just a few friends, a beat-up car, and the open road. Anna, Mark, Claire, and Ben had planned it all for months. The perfect escape from their busy lives. A weekend getaway to a secluded town, far from the noise and stress of their everyday routines. They had no specific destination in mind, just the thrill of getting away from it all, with the promise of an adventure waiting to unfold. The town they stumbled upon was not like any of the others they had passed on their journey. It sat at the end of a winding, dusty road, nestled between thick woods that seemed to close in on it from all sides. It had a quaint, eerie charm, old-fashioned streetlights casting long shadows, houses with peeling paint, and streets that curved in strange, unexplainable ways. The first thing they noticed, as they drove through the town's empty streets, was how quiet it was. No cars, no people, nothing to suggest life. They parked the car by the town square, a small patch of grass surrounded by benches and an old fountain that had long since stopped flowing. "Is this the right place?" Ben asked, glancing around with a frown. "This place looks dead." "Maybe we're just early," Anna suggested. She reached for her bag, ready to get out of the car. "Let's stretch our legs and find a place to stay. We can explore once we get settled." They walked to the nearest building, an old inn with a sign that swung lazily in the wind. The door creaked open, and inside, they found an elderly man behind the counter. His eyes were milky white, and his voice, when he spoke, was slow and raspy. "Welcome," he said, though his tone lacked any warmth. "Rooms are available if you want to stay." They agreed to take a room and paid the man, though something in his gaze unsettled them. It was as though he was looking at them, but not really seeing them. His expression was distant, as though he were remembering something that had long since slipped away. As the day wore on, they explored the town. They passed houses with cracked windows and overgrown yards, but still no one was around. The only sign of life was the occasional person who appeared on a porch, staring out at them without a word. At first, Anna tried to wave at them, but no one waved back. It was Mark who first noticed something strange. As they walked past an old church, he stopped suddenly, his hand on Claire's arm. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low. "Hear what?" Claire asked, looking up at him. "Voices, soft ones, like whispers." But when they all listened, there was nothing, only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Mark looked puzzled but shrugged it off. As they walked further into the town, something began to feel wrong. The more they looked, the more they realized that the people here, what few they saw, seemed unfamiliar. It was as though they were strangers in their own town, not in the way that a visitor might feel out of place, but as if they didn't belong there at all. No one greeted them, no one acknowledged them. It was as if they were invisible. By evening, the air grew colder, and the town's eerie silence became more oppressive. They returned to the inn, hoping to find some answers. But the elderly man was gone, and in his place, there was a young woman standing behind the counter. Her eyes were wide, frantic. "I'm sorry," she said, speaking rapidly. "You need to leave. You shouldn't be here. No one should be here." The group was confused, but before they could ask her what she meant, she seemed to freeze, her expression shifting as though she had forgotten why she was speaking. Slowly, she turned and left without another word, disappearing into the back of the inn. "What the hell was that?" Ben asked, his voice low. "First the old guy, now this." "I don't know," Anna said, feeling a rising sense of dread. "But I think we should leave tomorrow. This place is weird." The next morning, when they tried to leave, they found something even more unsettling. No matter which way they turned, they ended up back at the square, the same empty street, the same abandoned houses. They tried different roads, different routes, but each time they came back to the same place. It was Mark who first started to panic. "We're not going anywhere," he said, staring out at the town from the car. "This doesn't make sense. We've been driving in circles for hours." Claire, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly turned pale. I can't remember when we got here. I don't even know how we got into the car." Ben looked at her, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean? We drove here together." "No," she said, shaking her head. Her voice trailed off, and for a moment, all of them stood still, staring at her in confusion. Something was wrong. Their memories were starting to blur, slipping through their fingers like sand. They decided to head to the nearest gas station to ask for help. When they got there, the man behind the counter was a middle-aged man, with a face so unremarkable that it was hard to recall his features even as he spoke. "I'm sorry," he said, as if repeating a line he had said before. "There's no way out. No one ever leaves this town." "What do you mean?" Anna demanded, her voice trembling. "We need to leave. We've got to go back home." The man's face remained impassive. "No one leaves," he repeated. "You're not from here, and now you won't be remembered." They turned to leave, but it was too late. Their memories, faded, indistinct, were beginning to vanish completely. As the town swallowed them whole, their names slipped away like forgotten whispers. The people they had been, the lives they had lived, disappeared, and in time they would become just another part of the forgotten ones. A place where time stood still, where no one ever left, and where no one ever remembered you were even there at all. Story number 21, The Sound of Your Voice. Emily had always enjoyed the quiet. It wasn't that she was antisocial or particularly withdrawn. It was simply that she found peace in silence. Living alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of town, she had created a life that was simple, predictable, and most importantly, quiet. At first, it was nothing more than a faint whisper, so soft that she thought it was her imagination. She'd be sitting at her kitchen table, sipping coffee or reading a book, and then, just for a moment, she would hear it. Her name, a gentle, almost affectionate calling, like a soft breeze whispering through the cracks in a window. "Emily." She froze the first time she heard it. She was alone. She had double-checked the locks earlier that evening, making sure everything was in its place. She told herself it was just the wind or perhaps her own thoughts bleeding into her consciousness. But the more she heard it, the less she could ignore it. At first, it was only in the evenings, when the apartment was wrapped in the stillness of night. She thought it might be the walls settling, or maybe even the apartment's old pipes groaning in the silence. But then it happened in the day too, while she was doing laundry, while she was in the shower, and sometimes even while she was at work, though it was always soft enough that no one else seemed to hear it. "Emily, Emily." It was always the same voice, clear and distinct. It wasn't her own voice. It was higher, a little softer, almost like a child's, though it carried the weight of something older, something far darker. The whispers grew louder. "Emily, you're not alone." She tried to dismiss it, blaming fatigue or stress, but it continued. It began to follow her, lingering at the edges of her thoughts even when she tried to escape it. And then one night, as she sat at the kitchen table after another long day, it happened. The voice didn't just call her name anymore. It spoke to her. "Come closer. You've been waiting for this, haven't you?" Emily stood up, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice was louder now, almost too clear, like it was coming from the very air around her. She looked around the room, but she was alone. No one was there. "Who are you?" she whispered, her breath catching in her throat. There was a pause, and then the voice replied, "I'm you, Emily. I'm the you that you've been ignoring, the you that you've locked away." Her stomach dropped, her body going cold. She stepped back, her hand fumbling for the phone on the counter. The voice continued, relentless and familiar, growing more insistent. You can't hide from me anymore. You can't escape me. I am you, Emily. The words seemed to echo in the room, filling every corner, vibrating through the walls, the floor, her bones. She could feel the voice pressing against her skin, invasive, suffocating. No, she thought, her mind racing. This can't be real. But the voice didn't stop. You think you're alone in this place, but I'm always here. I've always been here. It was at that moment that Emily realized something even more horrifying. The voice didn't just know her name. It knew everything about her. It knew things she hadn't told anyone. Things she hadn't even admitted to herself. Her childhood fears. The dark corners of her mind she had buried so deep she thought they were gone. Every secret, every buried memory, every silent regret. It knew all of it. The voice continued to call her, louder now, demanding her attention. Emily, it's time to let go. Let me in. She stumbled back, grabbing at her chest, gasping for breath. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The air around her seemed to thicken, growing heavy with each word the voice spoke. It was no longer just a whisper, no longer a harmless trick of her mind. It was a presence, something real, something that wasn't just inside her, but outside, surrounding her, pulling at her. What do you want from me? She thought frantically. She closed her eyes, clutching her head as if that could make the voice go away. I want you, Emily. I want to be you. The voice was so close now. She could feel it in her very bones, crawling under her skin. And then she realized something far worse. The voice wasn't just speaking to her. It was becoming her. It was her, but it wasn't. It was the part of her that she had locked away. The part of her that had always been there, waiting. The part of her that had never been allowed to speak, never been allowed to be seen. But now it had found a way to force its way out. Emily's hands began to tremble, and as she looked into the mirror across the room, she saw it. Her reflection, but not her. The face staring back at her was hers, but it was twisted, distorted by something dark and empty, something she couldn't recognize. It's me, she thought. No, it's not. The reflection grinned at her, and her heart stopped. The voice, now completely in control, laughed from somewhere deep within her. You can't run anymore, Emily. I'm here, and I will never leave. And as the darkness enveloped her, Emily finally understood. There was no escape. The voice, the reflection, it was all part of her, and she was no longer sure where she ended and it began. Story number 22, The Garden of Eyes. It was the sort of place they'd always dreamed of. A small, quiet cottage on the edge of a sleepy village, surrounded by a wild, untamed garden. Sarah and Mark had just gotten married, and the cottage seemed like the perfect start to their new life. The garden, however, was a little more than they had expected. Overgrown with weeds and tangled vines, it was beautiful in its own chaotic way, filled with thick roses, wild ivy, and flowers they couldn't name. It was the kind of garden that seemed to be alive, constantly shifting with the breeze. At first, Sarah and Mark found the garden enchanting. They spent afternoons trimming back the thorns, pulling out weeds, and replanting flowers. The air was always thick with the smell of earth and fresh blooms, and in the mornings, dew clung to the petals like tiny diamonds. But as the weeks passed, Sarah began to notice something strange. The flowers seemed to move, just slightly, as if they were following her. No matter where she went, it felt like they were always facing her, their petals curving towards her as if trying to catch her gaze. The leaves, too, began to disturb her. They were large, thick, and dark, and the more she looked at them, the more they seemed to resemble eyes. At first, it was a trick of the light, or so she convinced herself. But when she returned to the same spot the next day, the leaves still seemed to be staring at her. "Mark, have you noticed anything weird about the garden?" she asked one evening, wiping dirt from her hands as she stood beside a rose bush. He didn't answer right away, his eyes scanning the overgrown yard. "It's beautiful, but I'm starting to think we've got more work than we thought," he said, shaking his head. "What do you mean, weird?" "Look at the leaves," she whispered, pointing to the large green ones that hung low from a nearby vine. "They look like eyes." Mark squinted at them. "They just look like leaves, Sarah. You're probably just tired." But the next day, Sarah could have sworn she saw them shift. It was only for a second, but she had caught it. A slight movement, as if the leaves were turning to look at her. She shivered, the sensation unsettling her more than she cared to admit. It wasn't just the leaves. The flowers had started to look different, too. At night, when the moonlight would shine through the window, the petals seemed to glow faintly, like they were watching her, like they were alive and aware. The longer Sarah spent in the garden, the more the feeling grew. Something was wrong. One evening, after dinner, Sarah and Mark sat outside on the porch, enjoying the cool evening air. The sun had just set, and the garden was bathed in shadows. Mark was talking about something trivial, but Sarah couldn't focus. Her eyes kept drifting to the garden, the tangled mess of plants that now seemed to pulse with some unseen energy. There was something about the way the flowers bent toward them that felt too knowing. "I think we need to get rid of some of these plants," Sarah said suddenly, her voice sounding strange even to her. "It's starting to feel like we're being watched." Mark looked at her, puzzled. "You've been saying that a lot lately. What's going on, Sarah?" She stood up abruptly, unable to shake the feeling. "I don't know, but I'm going to take a look around." Without waiting for Mark's response, she walked down the steps and into the garden. The air felt thick around her, heavy with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As she walked deeper into the garden, the ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet, as though the earth itself was alive. The flowers, those same flowers, seemed to lean closer to her, their petals opening wider, their faces more pronounced in the dim light. Then, in the heart of the garden, she saw it. At first, it looked like a patch of wildflowers, thick and tangled in the moonlight. But as she stepped closer, the flowers parted, and she saw what lay beneath. The soil was dark, almost black, and it seemed to move, slowly, like it was breathing. As Sarah's eyes adjusted, she saw the shapes within the soil, hundreds of eyes, small and large, half buried in the earth. They blinked and twitched, following her movements, their gaze cold and unblinking. Her breath caught in her throat, and she staggered back. She turned to run, but something held her in place, a strange compulsion pulling her toward the center of the garden. She reached out to touch one of the flowers, an eye-shaped bloom, and the ground beneath her shifted. The eyes in the dirt seemed to stir, rising toward her like a wave, their pupils widening, focusing. And then she heard it, a voice, low and hoarse, as if from deep within the earth itself. It whispered her name, Sarah. She froze, paralyzed by fear. The voice continued, almost soothing, as if welcoming her. Sarah, we've been waiting for you. Before she could move, Mark appeared behind her, grabbing her arm. What's wrong? What are you? But then he stopped, his words faltering as he looked around. His gaze fell on the same patch of soil where Sarah had been standing, and his face went pale. I don't, he began, but his voice trailed off. The ground began to tremble again, this time violently. Sarah stumbled back as the earth beneath her feet seemed to shift, opening wider, revealing something large and dark moving beneath the soil. The eyes, so many eyes, seemed to close in on them, and they could hear the whispers louder now, beckoning them closer. Help us, they said in unison. Mark turned and pulled Sarah toward the house, but as they fled, the feeling followed them. The garden wasn't just alive, it was watching, and it would never let them go. As they locked the door behind them that night, the whispers lingered in the air, and in the darkness outside, Sarah could hear the faint rustle of leaves, like eyes always watching, always waiting. Story number 23, The Shadow Puppets. James had always been curious about his grandmother's attic. It was the one place in the old house where no one dared to go, except for Grandma, and even she would only visit it on rare occasions. The door creaked every time she opened it, and the smell of dust and forgotten things lingered in the air. James had spent years imagining what might be up there, but it wasn't until one rainy afternoon, when Grandma was napping, that he finally decided to explore. He had been told to stay downstairs, but the idea of sneaking into the attic thrilled him. Grandma would never miss him, and besides, what was the harm? The door was easy enough to open, the old wooden steps groaning under his weight as he ascended. He stepped into the attic, and immediately, the scent of old fabric and musty wood filled his nose. It was like stepping into another time. The attic was a jumble of old trunks, dusty furniture, and forgotten memories. The sunlight barely filtered through the small, grimy window. As he wandered through the clutter, James stumbled upon a wooden box tucked away in the corner. It was small and ornately carved, covered in a layer of dust, but the intricate designs intrigued him. Curiously, he opened it. Inside were several shadow puppets. They were old, fragile, delicate things made of thin, worn leather. Each puppet had a long, thin stick attached to it, and the faces were roughly carved, as if hastily made. Some looked like animals, others like people, and one even looked like a tall, dark figure with long, spindly fingers. There were so many of them, each more unsettling than the last. James couldn't help himself. He took the puppets out one by one and began to play with them, making them dance and move against the light. First, it was harmless fun. The puppets cast strange, distorted shadows on the wall, their shapes shifting in the dim light. James laughed, impressed by how lifelike the movements seemed. But then something happened. The shadows on the wall began to change. At first, it was subtle. One of the puppets, the one that looked like a tall figure, seemed to move on its own. Its long fingers twisted in unnatural ways, and its shadow seemed to grow, stretching unerringly across the wall. James stopped laughing. He watched, fascinated and a little uneasy, as the puppet moved again, this time more deliberately. The room seemed to grow colder. Without meaning to, James found himself sitting down, staring at the puppets in front of him. His fingers still gripped the sticks, but his hands were no longer moving. It was as if the puppets were moving of their own accord. The tall figure puppet danced in the air, and then another puppet, a woman with hollow eyes, joined it. The shadows on the wall twisted into shapes that James couldn't fully understand, as if they were telling a story. As the figures shifted, so did the shadows. The puppets began to act out scenes, unfolding stories that James did not recognize. A man in a dark cloak, standing at the edge of a forest. A woman running through the woods in terror. A child hidden behind a door, watching. The scenes played out in front of him, but they weren't just shadows, they were memories. Memories he couldn't quite place. And then the shadows became clearer, more vivid. The woman in the shadows was now running from something, and James could hear her gasping, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She turned around, as if she sensed something behind her. The tall figure puppet, the one with long fingers, loomed in the background, its shadow stretching far behind her. James's heart raced. The scenes weren't just stories. They felt too real, too close. As the figures moved, they whispered, "It's your family, James. It's always been your family." He froze. The voices were faint at first, just whispers, but they grew louder. The shadows on the wall seemed to come alive, swirling around him. The tall figure puppet moved closer, its fingers creeping toward the shadow of the woman. The shadows on the wall blurred and shifted, showing faces that were familiar. His mother, his father, Grandma. And then, in the corner of the room, something else appeared in the shadows. A door, half open. Behind it, a figure stood, tall and silent, waiting. James couldn't stop himself. His hands moved, guiding the puppets as they reenacted scenes he couldn't remember, scenes that weren't his. He watched in horror as the shadow of his father appeared, standing at the door with the figure behind him. The tall puppet moved toward the shadow of his father, and the figures collided, merging into one. James tried to move, tried to stop playing, but his hands wouldn't listen. The puppets controlled him now. He couldn't look away as the stories played out before him, and soon the shadows were no longer just stories. They were his past, his family's dark past, secrets he hadn't known, secrets that the puppets were now revealing. The tall figure, the one with the spindly fingers, leaned close to the shadow of his father. The whispers grew louder, Not just a story, James. Your family, the things you don't remember, they are still here. Suddenly, the shadows stopped. The puppets froze in midair. A cold silence filled the room. James stood, shaking, as he looked around the attic. The puppets lay still on the floor, their sticks lifeless. But the shadows, he could still see them, flickering on the walls, replaying the twisted scenes from before. He turned toward the door, but before he could reach it, the tall puppet with long fingers moved again, its shadow stretching far across the room, blocking his way. James backed away, his chest tight with fear. He reached for the door handle, but his hand was trembling too much to grip it. The puppet moved forward. The shadows moved with it, and as the last whisper echoed in his ears, he realized he wasn't controlling the puppets anymore. They were controlling him. Story number 24, The Cursed Portrait. It was a rainy Saturday when Claire stumbled upon the portrait. The flea market was tucked away in a corner of the old town, its tables cluttered with forgotten trinkets, dusty books, and half-broken furniture. Claire wasn't looking for anything in particular, just passing the time as the rain came down in heavy sheets. But then, she saw it. An antique portrait of a woman, framed in dark, ornate wood, standing alone on a cluttered table. The woman in the painting had striking eyes. They seemed to look straight at Claire, almost as if she could see her, even though the woman was frozen in time, painted in muted shades of brown and gold. Her face was soft, elegant, and serene, but there was something in her expression, a faint, almost imperceptible smile, that made Claire feel both at ease and uneasy at the same time. Claire didn't hesitate. The price was reasonable, and something about the portrait called to her. She paid for it and carried it home, setting it carefully in the hallway of her apartment, just outside her bedroom door. At first, the portrait seemed harmless. It added a touch of elegance to the otherwise plain hallway. But as the days passed, Claire began to notice something strange. Every time she looked at it, the woman's posture seemed to shift ever so slightly. The tilt of her head, the angle of her smile, the way her hand rested delicately by her side. It was subtle, but it was enough to make Claire pause and take another look, wondering if she was imagining it. One evening, after a long day at work, Claire stood in front of the portrait, her hand resting lightly on the frame as she gazed at the woman's face. The woman was still. The smile was the same, the eyes as distant as they had always been. But something tugged at Claire's memory. It wasn't the first time she had felt this sense of familiarity. She had seen that smile before on another face another time somewhere. Shaking the feeling off, Claire turned and went to bed. That night, she woke up in the dark, feeling an odd chill in the room. Her eyes blinked open, and her gaze instinctively fell toward the hallway. The portrait hung there, just where it had been. The woman's face, serene as ever, bathed in the dim light from the street lamp outside. But then Claire noticed something that made her heart race. The woman in the portrait was no longer in the same position. The angle of her head had shifted slightly more, her smile wider, her eyes somehow darker. But what was most disturbing was the fact that the woman's figure had moved. Her body now stood closer to the edge of the frame, as if she was slowly stepping out of it. Claire's breath caught in her throat, and she quickly turned away, pulling the covers up over her head. She told herself it was just her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, she rushed into the hallway to check the portrait, trying to convince herself that it had been nothing but a trick of the light. But when she reached the wall, her stomach dropped. The woman was no longer just moving within the frame. She had shifted entirely. The woman was standing just outside of it now, as though she had stepped off the canvas. Her mouth went dry. Claire stood frozen for a long moment, staring at the woman in the portrait. Those eyes were no longer distant. They were looking at her, watching her. The smile had widened. Claire reached out, her fingers trembling as she touched the glass. She tried to convince herself she was imagining things, that the angle of the painting had simply shifted, or that she hadn't placed it properly in the first place. But deep down, she knew that wasn't the case. The woman had moved. In fact, she had come to life in some inexplicable way. As Claire stepped back, the realization hit her like a cold wave. The portrait was not just a piece of art. It was something far darker. Something had followed her home, and it wasn't going to stop. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but that night, Claire woke with a start. The same chill in the room, the same sense that something was wrong. But this time, when her eyes opened, she didn't have to look to the hallway. She knew. The woman in the portrait was standing right beside her bed, just inches away, smiling that same unnerving smile. Her breath caught in her throat, and before she could react, a sudden sharp pain shot through her chest. She gasped for air, her hands clutching at the sheets as if she were trapped under a heavy weight. The woman's smile grew, her eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction. And then, as if the woman had always been there, she whispered, "You shouldn't have bought me." Claire's heart raced, her head spinning. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Desperately, she reached for the bedside lamp and flicked the switch. The light flickered weakly, and for a moment, Claire saw nothing but shadows. But when the light stabilized, the portrait was gone. No longer hanging in the hallway, it had vanished entirely, as if it had never been there. Claire bolted out of bed and rushed into the hallway, panic clawing at her throat. The walls were bare. There was no sign of the painting, and for a moment, she felt a shred of hope, thinking maybe it was over. But then, as she turned to head back into her room, a cold breath brushed against her neck. She spun around, and there, in the corner of the hallway, stood the woman. But this time, the woman was not in the portrait anymore. She was real, standing in front of Claire, smiling wider than ever. The woman's smile faltered, and Claire felt a chill spread through her as she realized the truth. The woman in the portrait was not just an image, it was a curse, one that had claimed the lives of everyone who had ever owned it. The woman whispered, once again, her voice soft and chilling, "I've come for you." As the woman reached out, the last thing Claire saw before the darkness closed in was the portrait, now hanging once again in the hallway, its frame cracked, and the woman's eyes glinting with an insatiable hunger. Story number 25, The Echoing Room. The house was beautiful. and Sarah had fallen in love with it the moment she stepped inside. The hardwood floors creaked underfoot. The walls were painted in warm shades of cream and beige, and the large windows let in plenty of sunlight. It was a fresh start for her family, a chance to move away from the city and settle into something more peaceful. There was one room, though, that Sarah couldn't quite shake the feeling of. It was tucked away at the end of the hallway, a small room with no particular purpose. The door was always shut, and when she first tried to open it, she found that it was locked. Curious, she asked her husband, Mark, about it, but he shrugged and told her to leave it alone. The rest of the house was perfect. Why focus on one little room? But there was something about that room. It had an odd presence, as if it were waiting for something. They settled in quickly, unpacking boxes and getting the kids, Lily and Ethan, into their new rooms. The first few days were filled with the usual chaos of moving, but Sarah couldn't stop glancing down the hallway. The locked door stood there, silently. It wasn't until a week later that they first noticed the oddness of the room. Mark had stayed home from work one afternoon, and they were all sitting in the living room, chatting about nothing in particular. It had been a busy week, and Sarah felt a little on edge. She was talking about how the kids had settled in when suddenly she stopped mid-sentence, her words hanging in the air. "I don't know why we haven't even," she started again, but then stopped, confused. Mark looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean? You just said it." "I didn't," Sarah insisted, shaking her head. "I didn't finish the sentence. I don't remember saying it." Mark raised an eyebrow but didn't press it further. He looked at the kids, who were playing quietly, and then back at Sarah. "Maybe you're just tired," he said with a shrug. "It happens." But that night something changed. After dinner, as they went about cleaning up, they heard it. The room at the end of the hallway, silent, always silent, began to echo. It was faint at first, just a whisper. Sarah had been washing dishes when she heard it. Mark and the kids were talking in the living room, but the sound, muffled at first, seemed to come from the room. The exact conversation Sarah had had earlier in the evening began to play back, word for word, as if it were being spoken again in real time. Her heart skipped a beat, and she rushed down the hallway, opening the door to the room. But it was empty, no one was there. The room was silent once again, as if nothing had happened. The next few days were uneventful, but the silence of that room lingered in Sarah's mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her, waiting for something. Then, as if the house had begun to keep track of their lives, the room began to replay moments that hadn't yet happened. Sarah and Mark were in the kitchen one morning, discussing how they would spend the weekend. They talked about a picnic in the park and how to reorganize the garage. But later that day, when they returned home after the picnic, the room began to echo the conversation again, as if they were hearing it for the first time. It was more than just echoes now. It wasn't just repeating past words, it was predicting what they would say. The room was no longer just silent. It was waiting for them to speak, waiting for them to do something. Mark and Sarah started to avoid it, no longer going down that hall at night, but the echoes followed them. It was the little things at first. A quiet laugh, a phrase Sarah hadn't even remembered saying, now replayed with perfect clarity. The kids, too, began to notice the strange occurrences, but they couldn't explain it. They were just as frightened as their parents. It was on the third week that things escalated. Sarah was cleaning the living room when she heard it. A conversation she hadn't had yet. A conversation she hadn't even planned. She heard herself, clear as day, talking to Mark, telling him that she felt like something in the house was wrong. The room, still locked and closed, played back her words, almost as if it were alive. It was unsettling, unnerving. It seemed to be foretelling the future, dictating her thoughts and actions. That night, the echoes took on a different tone. Sarah heard voices, not her own, but Mark's, replaying their words. Only now, they were darker, taunting. They were discussing their future, their fate, as if the house already knew what was to come. She stood frozen, unable to move, as her own voice echoed from the room, telling Mark that she was afraid they would never leave. She could hear herself whispering, "This house, it's keeping us here. We're trapped." Mark didn't notice, but Sarah could feel the house growing heavier, more oppressive. The room was no longer just a room. It had become a part of them, a sinister part of their life. It was repeating everything they did, everything they said, until it felt as though the house controlled their every move. They tried to leave, but every time they did, the room would replay the same thing. They were always coming back. It wasn't just predicting their lives. It was forcing them to follow the script it had set. Each new conversation was another chapter of their future, already written. The echoes grew louder, more insistent, until the room wasn't just a place. It was the house, the family's future, stretching into endless, terrible repetition. Sarah couldn't stop it. She couldn't stop the room from controlling them. The future was no longer theirs to choose. The house had already decided. And in the end, when Sarah finally stood in front of that locked door one last time, she heard it. The final echo, a cold voice that wasn't hers, wasn't Mark's. "You can never leave," it whispered. "You're already here." Story number 26, The Whispers in the Walls. When Thomas first inherited the house, he had little interest in it. It was an old, crumbling estate on the outskirts of town, left to him by a relative he barely knew. But there was something about the house that intrigued him. It wasn't particularly beautiful, nor was it large or grand. It was simply old, and there was something in its age that beckoned him. The first few days were uneventful. Thomas spent his time unpacking and organizing his things, getting used to the creaky floors and the drafty rooms. The house was dusty, with cobwebs in the corners and a faint musty smell in the air. But there was a strange comfort in it. It felt like a place untouched by time, preserved as if waiting for someone to return. It was on the fourth night that he first noticed the whispers. At first, it was so faint he thought he was imagining it. He had just finished dinner, sitting alone in the dining room when he heard a soft murmur, like a voice coming from the walls. He looked around the empty room, puzzled. It was as if someone was speaking from just behind the plaster, too faint to make out the words. He shrugged it off, thinking it was the house settling. Old houses made noises, he knew that, but as the days passed, the whispers grew louder. They would come at night, soft at first, then more insistent, like a conversation just beyond the reach of his understanding. The strange thing was, no one else seemed to hear them. He had invited his friend, Matt, over one evening to help with some repairs. But when the voices started, Matt just laughed, claiming it was the wind or the old pipes. Thomas felt uneasy but didn't want to sound paranoid. He said nothing more about it, but the whispers didn't stop. In fact, they became harder to ignore. They would speak to him in the dead of night, just as he was about to fall asleep. At first, they were unintelligible, but over time, the voices became clearer, more distinct. He began to hear fragments of sentences, words that chilled him to the bone. Stay, stay forever. A voice would whisper, its tone soft but urgent. Don't leave, or you'll never return. Thomas tried to dismiss it. He would turn on the lights, walk around the house, and convince himself it was just his imagination. But the whispers didn't go away. They followed him, lingering in every room, growing more persistent, more desperate, and soon they began to speak his name. Thomas. It was always the same voice, and it seemed to come from the very walls themselves. He would hear it in the kitchen, the living room, even the bathroom. The voice would echo in the corners of the rooms, bouncing off the walls like a soft, echoing hum. At first, he thought it was his mind playing tricks on him. He would tell himself it was just the house, old and creaky. But soon the whispers began to change. They were no longer just repeating his name. They were speaking of things he had never told anyone. Your father, he didn't want you here. Your mother, she knew the secret. Don't leave. You'll never return. Each whisper added another layer to the house's mystery. They weren't just strange murmurs. They were revealing something dark, something hidden. His mind raced with questions. What secret was the house hiding? What was it trying to tell him? It wasn't just the whispers anymore. His perception of time began to warp. He would find himself sitting in a room, intending to read a book or write something, only to look up and realize hours had passed, though it felt like minutes. Days blended together. The house seemed to pull him into its rhythm, a rhythm he couldn't escape. He started to feel the walls closing in on him, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. They would speak during the day now, too. He would hear them when he was in the yard, or even when he went into town to run errands. They followed him. Everywhere he went, they whispered, "You belong here, Thomas. Stay with us." It became harder and harder to ignore them. The whispers were no longer just voices. They were like an extension of the house itself, as if the house had a life of its own, breathing through the walls, living through the sounds that filled the air. Thomas knew he had to leave, but every time he thought about packing his things, about walking away from the house, the whispers grew frantic, desperate. "You can't leave, Thomas. You'll never return. You belong here." He didn't want to stay, but the house was pulling him in. It was like something was inside him, twisting his thoughts, keeping him anchored to that place. The walls seemed to breathe around him. The floors creaked in rhythm with his heartbeats. One evening, as he sat in the living room, the whispers took on a new urgency. They spoke louder, more frantic. He looked around, but no one was there. Don't leave, or you'll never leave at all. Suddenly, Thomas realized that the house wasn't just speaking to him, it was trying to trap him. It was using the whispers to keep him there, to make him part of it. The walls, the floors, the house itself. It had claimed him. He stood up, his heart racing, knowing he had to leave now, or he would be lost forever. But as he moved toward the door, the whispers intensified, pulling him back, trying to stop him. And then, for the first time, he heard a new voice, low, dark, and almost pleased. "You should have listened, Thomas," it said, just as the door slammed shut behind him. "You'll never leave now." The whispers grew louder, filling his ears, his head, his soul. And as the house wrapped its cold fingers around him, Thomas realized that the house didn't just want him to stay. It wanted him to disappear into the walls, to become part of the whispers forever. Story number 27, The Harlequin's Curse. When a group of friends stumbled upon the old theater, it seemed like the perfect project. The building was grand but decaying, its once beautiful architecture now weathered and covered in dust. There was something nostalgic about it, a sense of history that made the idea of restoring it exciting. They could already imagine the audiences, the plays, the laughter and applause. It was going to be their greatest accomplishment. They started by clearing away the years of neglect. The air smelled musty, and the floorboards creaked under their feet, but they were undeterred. There was something magical about the theater, even in its state of disrepair. It felt like the kind of place that held secrets, and they couldn't help but wonder what they would find hidden in its walls. One day, as they cleared out a dusty corner of the stage, they discovered a small, hidden room. It was tucked away behind a trapdoor, and none of them had ever noticed it before. The room was dark and cramped, its only occupant a life-sized puppet. It sat in the middle of the floor, its eyes wide and empty, its painted smile twisted in an unnatural way. It was dressed as a harlequin, brightly colored with intricate patterns, but its smile was too wide, its gaze too intense. The puppet looked out of place in the old theater, as though it had always been there, watching. First, the group of friends laughed it off. It was just an old, creepy puppet, nothing to be afraid of. But as soon as they moved it, things began to change. The first oddity was a flicker of lights. At first, it seemed like a short circuit, but then the lights in the theater began to flicker more frequently, coming on and off in a rhythm that felt deliberate. They assumed it was just a wiring issue, but the feeling in the room grew heavier, as though something was shifting, something unseen. Then came the disappearances. It was subtle at first. One of the friends, Alex, was the first to vanish. He had been walking toward the backstage area when he was swallowed by the darkness, and when the others went looking for him, there was no sign of him anywhere. At first, they thought he was playing a prank, but when he didn't return, they grew concerned. They searched the theater, calling his name, but he was gone. The others began to feel uneasy, and the theater, which had once felt like a place of potential, began to feel oppressive. A coldness settled in, especially around the puppet. It wasn't just the lights or the disappearances, It was the way the air itself seemed to shift whenever they got too close to the puppet. It was as if the theater was alive, its walls watching them, listening, waiting, and then the shadows started to move. The stage, once empty and abandoned, was now filled with dark figures. At first, they only saw the shapes out of the corner of their eyes, but as they grew bolder, the shadows took on form. They looked like people, but they were distorted, twisted, as though the shadows themselves had come to life. One evening, the friends stood in the back of the theater and watched as the figures danced across the stage. They couldn't see their faces, but they could hear the faint sound of laughter, hollow and echoing through the room. The more they tried to restore the theater, the more strange occurrences piled up. The sound of footsteps when no one was there, the sensation of being watched, the feeling that something was just out of sight but always lurking. The friends began to argue, to question what was happening. They were afraid, but they didn't want to leave. Something about the theater had them trapped. Then they discovered the truth. After hours of searching, they found an old journal hidden behind a loose brick in the wall. It belonged to the theater's original owner, a man named Elias Montague. The journal was filled with strange entries, talking about performances that had gone wrong, actors who had vanished, and the curse that had been placed on the puppet, a harlequin, by a disgruntled performer. It turned out that the puppet wasn't just a doll. It was a vessel for a curse, a dark force that used the theater to trap souls. Every person who had come into contact with it had been pulled into the show, becoming part of the twisted performance that never ended. The puppet fed on the desires and fears of those around it, twisting them into a nightmare that played out over and over again. The more they tried to restore the theater, the more it latched onto their vulnerabilities, using them against them. Now the puppet was awake and it had them trapped. The friends realized too late that the theater was no longer just a building. It had become a stage for something far darker. The puppet, with its painted smile, was the master of the show, and they were the next act. It used their darkest fears, their most hidden desires, to ensnare them, pulling them into the performance. One by one, they began to disappear. At first, they tried to fight back, but it was futile. The puppet's curse was stronger than they had imagined. As the friends were drawn deeper into the theater's grip, they realized that they weren't just going to vanish. They were going to become part of the show, their souls trapped forever in the darkness of the stage. And when the last friend was taken, the theater was silent once again, save for the quiet, eerie hum of the lights and the sound of soft laughter in the distance, echoing from the shadows. The puppet, still sitting in the center of the stage, waited. It had found its new players, and the show was just beginning. Story number 28, The Collector of Forgotten Things. There was a shop at the edge of town, tucked between two old, crumbling buildings. It was a place most people ignored, passing by without a second glance. The shop was filled with oddities: old clocks, cracked mirrors, rusted tools, and things that seemed to have no purpose at all. The man who owned it was even more curious than his collection. His name was Mr. Ferris, and people in town called him the Collector of Forgotten Things. No one knew much about him, but they all knew his reputation. Mr. Ferris had an unsettling way of looking at people, as if he could see right through them. He didn't speak much, and when he did, his voice was soft, almost too soft to hear. He was the kind of man who would smile at you in passing, and yet you couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Some said he was a little mad, while others thought he had a gift, a way of finding things that people had lost or forgotten. One rainy afternoon, a woman named Clara wandered into Mr. Ferris's shop, desperate to escape the downpour. She had passed by the place many times before, always too busy to pay attention, but today something drew her in. The door creaked as she opened it, and the musty smell of old wood and dust filled her nose. The shop was dimly lit, but Clara's eyes quickly adjusted. As she walked through the aisles, she felt as though the shop was alive, each item whispering its own story. Old books, tarnished silverware, faded photographs. It was like stepping into a museum of forgotten memories. But it wasn't until Clara reached the back of the shop that she noticed something that made her pause. There, tucked away on a dusty shelf, was a small wooden box, its edges chipped with age. Something about it seemed familiar. She picked it up and opened it, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside were several items: an old photo of a woman she didn't recognize, a faded letter with a name she couldn't quite place, and a locket that seemed to shine in the dim light. But the strangest thing was that each of these items seemed to belong to her. The woman in the photograph looked like her mother, but older, and the name on the letter, it was the name of her childhood pet. She could almost hear the locket's delicate clasp jingling as she picked it up, and a flood of memories rushed in, memories of things she had long forgotten. Mr. Ferris appeared behind her without a sound. He spoke softly, his voice sending a chill down her spine. "Ah, I see you found them." Clara turned, startled. These are mine," she said, her hands trembling. "How did you get them?" The old man smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile. "They belong to everyone eventually," he said. "Everything that is forgotten finds its way to me. You've lost more than you realize." Clara's heart began to race as she stared at the items in the box. She didn't understand. They were hers, she was sure of it. But how could they be here in his shop after all this time? "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice shaky. "Some things are meant to be forgotten," Mr. Ferris replied. "But some things, they remain. They get lost in time, forgotten by the people they belong to. And I collect them. They are the souls of the past, hanging on by the smallest thread, waiting to be remembered." Clara's mind swirled. The more she looked at the items in the box, the more the sense of familiarity grew. But then, something started to feel wrong. The memories were shifting, changing. She could see images of places she had never been, of people she didn't know. The locket, once a symbol of her childhood, seemed to pulse with a strange energy. As she held it, she began to feel disconnected from herself. The memories of her life, the years she had spent with her family, the friends she had known, her childhood home, began to blur. The more she stared at the locket, the more distant her own history seemed to become, as if it was slipping away, replaced by someone else's life. "Don't worry," Mr. Ferris said, his voice like a whisper in her ear. "It's only temporary. You'll forget soon enough. You'll forget everything. Clara's heart pounded as she looked around the shop. The objects around her, old watches, broken glasses, faded books, seemed to be watching her, waiting. She realized with a shock that they weren't just forgotten things. They were the memories of forgotten people, and soon she would be one of them. She turned to run, but the door wouldn't open. It was as if the shop itself was closing in on her, trapping her in a web of forgotten lives. The walls seemed to shift, the items on the shelves rearranging themselves. The faces in the photographs she had never seen began to blur with her own. She was becoming a part of the collection. Desperately, she searched for a way out, but every time she looked at the box, the memories that weren't hers grew stronger. She could hear the voices of people who had never existed in her life. They were calling her name, pulling her deeper into the shock. The locket in her hand felt heavier with each passing moment, as if it was drawing her into its past, claiming her as its own. Her breath came in short gasps, her mind racing. She couldn't remember who she was anymore. She couldn't remember what was real. The shock was swallowing her, taking away everything she had ever known. And then, just as the last threads of her memory unraveled, she heard Mr. Ferris's voice, soft and final. "Remember, my dear, everyone forgets in the end. And when they do, I will be waiting." The last thing Clara remembered was the feeling of cold metal pressing against her skin. The locket, now hers to keep, forever. The shop was silent again, its forgotten treasures waiting for the next soul to stumble upon them. Story number 29, The Lantern in the Woods. Jake had always loved hiking. He liked the peace of being alone in the forest, the quiet of the trees, and the cool, fresh air that filled his lungs. But today something felt different. The sky was overcast, and the air was thick with an almost unnatural stillness. He had been hiking for hours, the trail slowly disappearing beneath the thick cover of the trees, when he came across something strange. It was a lantern, lying half buried in the dirt near an old, gnarled tree. The lantern was rusty and old, as if it had been there for years, maybe decades. Jake kneeled down and brushed off the dirt, curious. It seemed odd, out of place in the middle of the forest. There was no reason for it to be there. Without really thinking, he picked it up. It was heavy in his hands, and the metal felt cold. He looked around. The woods were silent, eerily so, with no sign of animals or birds. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Jake tried the handle, and to his surprise, the lantern lit up with a soft, golden glow. The light flickered for a moment, then grew steady, casting an odd, warm light around him. As the light spread, Jake's eyes widened in shock. Figures began to appear around him, translucent, glowing shapes drifting out from the shadows. They were human in form, but not entirely. They shimmered, their outlines blurry, and their faces were frozen in expressions of fear or sadness. Some were standing, others kneeling, all staring at him. He stumbled back, the lantern slipping from his grip, but somehow it stayed lit. The figures didn't move. They just watched him, their eyes following him with a strange intensity. "Who are you?" Jake whispered, his voice shaking. A voice echoed in his mind, a whisper barely louder than the wind. We are the lost. Jake's heart hammered in his chest. He looked around, but there was no one else. No hikers, no signs of life, just the figures, glowing softly in the light of the lantern. They are all lost, the voice continued. Those who came before you. Jake stepped backward, his thoughts racing. He tried to turn and run, but as soon as he did, he realized something was wrong. The path he had taken, the one he had followed so confidently earlier, was gone. There was only a dense wall of trees in front of him. The air felt thicker, the forest darker, as if the very woods themselves were closing in on him. He turned again, looking for another way, but the clearing was still there, the lantern in the center. No matter which direction he went, he ended up back in the same spot, as though the forest itself was playing a cruel trick on him. The figures moved now slowly. One by one, they stepped closer, their glowing eyes fixed on him. Their mouths opened, but no sound came at first. Then the whispering began. It was soft, like a whine through the trees, but it carried with it the weight of something old, something forgotten. We are the ones who could not leave, one of them said, her voice hollow and distant. We wandered these woods, and now we are trapped. Another figure stepped forward, a man with a face full of despair. We have been here for decades. No one remembers us. No one even knows we are gone. The realization hit Jake like a cold slap. These were people, real people, who had vanished in these woods, lost and forgotten. They were the ones whose names had faded from memory, their disappearances unsolved. And now they were trapped here, in this strange, glowing forest, unable to leave. What happened to you? Jake asked, his voice barely a whisper. We walked into these woods, and the forest took us, another figure said, his face twisted in a permanent expression of fear. It trapped us, just like it will trap you. Jake's breath came in shallow gasps. I don't understand. How do I get out? The lantern flickered once, its light dimming for a moment, and then the voice spoke again, louder this time, as if the forest itself was speaking. You cannot leave. You are here now just like we are. You will walk these woods forever, lost and forgotten. Panic rose in Jake's chest. He turned again, trying desperately to find a way out, but the forest had closed in completely. There was no path, no exit, only the lantern, glowing steadily in the center, surrounded by the figures who watched him, their eyes hollow and endless. They've all tried to leave, the woman whispered, but the forest only lets them wander. It keeps them here until they fade, until their names are forgotten. Jake's hands shook. He could feel his heart racing, the pressure building in his chest. The figures were closing in now, their voices blending together in a chorus of whispers, urging him to stay, telling him that he would never leave, just like them. The lantern flickered again, casting shadows that seemed to move, to twist. The figures began to move in a slow circle around him, their glowing forms growing dimmer, until they were nothing but faint outlines in the darkening forest. Jake backed away, his mind numb with terror. His breath came in sharp gasps as he turned to face the trees. He had to get out. He had to leave. But as he turned, the lantern's light burned brighter, and the forest seemed to close around him. His last thought before the darkness swallowed him whole was that he had become one of them, another lost soul, trapped forever in the woods, just waiting to be forgotten. Story number 30, The Sleeper's Dream. When Thomas first moved into the apartment, it seemed like a blessing. The rent was low, the space was cozy, and the location was perfect, quiet, but just a short walk to the city center. There were no odd smells or strange sounds, just the usual hum of a building settling into the night. The walls, though thin, carried only the faintest echoes of neighbors coming and going, the occasional footfall, the murmur of distant conversations. But soon the apartment began to feel unsettling. It wasn't anything he could place at first. A vague sense of unease that seemed to linger in the air, like an unfinished sentence. It was as though the space had been waiting for someone to occupy it, and now that he was there, it had started to breathe again. The dreams started a week into his stay. At first, they were harmless, flashes of unfamiliar faces, fleeting images of a woman, pale and indistinct, standing by a window or sitting in a chair, staring out at the street. Nothing too strange, just the usual subconscious clutter of moving into a new place. But then they grew more vivid. In the dreams, the woman was always there, her eyes distant and sorrowful, as though she were trapped in a memory she couldn't escape. Her face was unfamiliar, but somehow he recognized her. The apartment, which felt so detached during the day, seemed to pulse with a strange energy at night, as if the walls themselves remembered something that he did not. One night, he awoke from a dream, gasping for breath, his heart pounding. In that dream, the woman had been sitting in the exact spot where he now sat every morning, drinking his coffee. Her face was so clear, so real, that it was almost as if she had been sitting there when he woke up. He sat up in bed, his head spinning, and glanced around. The apartment was silent. No sign of her, of course, but the air felt different somehow, colder, as if something had passed through it. The next night, the dreams continued, but now they were more than just images. Now they were memories, her memories. Thomas could feel the weight of her thoughts pressing against him, could taste the bitter tang of her regrets as if they were his own. He saw her walking through the rooms of the apartment, tracing her fingers along the furniture as though it were her last connection to the world. He felt the coldness of the floor beneath her bare feet, the hollow emptiness that filled the rooms when she was alone. Her obsession with the apartment was clear now. She had poured herself into it, as if the walls held the last piece of her sanity. Her memories, her pain, her thoughts. They were seeping into him, slowly, insidiously, like water through cracked stone. It was on the fourth night that it happened, the dream that made him sit up in a cold sweat, trembling, unable to shake the feeling that the woman was no longer a memory, no longer just a presence in his mind. In the dream, she was in the apartment again. She was standing just inside the door, watching him. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, as if she had been waiting for him to notice her. There was something in her gaze, something urgent. She wasn't just watching him. She was waiting for something, something that only he could do. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Still, He could hear her voice in his head, her words clear and cold. "You have to leave." He awoke, the dream lingering like a cloud in his mind. But it wasn't just a dream. It was as if the woman had crossed over into his waking world. He sat up in bed, his skin prickling with cold sweat. The apartment was silent, but the silence felt heavy, as though the air itself was holding its breath. The next few days were a blur. The dreams were becoming more vivid, more intrusive. He could hear her voice even when he was awake, her whisper trailing behind him, following him through the halls. He caught glimpses of her, flickers in mirrors, shadows that seemed to move when he wasn't looking. And every time he thought he saw her, the coldness of her gaze would cut through him like a blade. Her presence was becoming unbearable. It was as though she were trying to pull him into her world, into her memories, into the pain that had bound her to this place. And it was working. He could feel himself slipping, losing his grip on the difference between dream and reality. His days were filled with the dull ache of fatigue, and his nights were consumed by her. He no longer knew where he ended and she began. One night, after a particularly restless sleep, Thomas awoke to find the apartment unusually quiet. There were no whispers, no flickers of movement, just the dull hum of the refrigerator, the faint rustle of the trees outside. He glanced around, uneasy. Something was wrong, but he couldn't place it. He stood and walked into the living room. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness. And then he saw it. There, in the corner of the room, in the same spot where he had seen her before, the woman stood watching him. But this time, her eyes were not filled with sorrow or regret. They were filled with something else, something darker, something more desperate. She stepped forward slowly, her face never leaving his. And then, without a sound, she spoke. "You can't leave. Not now." His breath caught in his throat as the apartment seemed to shift around him, as if the very walls were closing in. He took a step back, but the room seemed to contract, the walls pressing in on him, trapping him. Her presence, once so distant, now felt as real as his own skin. The apartment was no longer just a place where he lived. It had become a part of him just as he had become a part of it. The woman was still here, and her unfinished business, her obsession, her pain, her desire to remain, had become his. He had inherited it. He had taken it in with every breath, every step, every touch of the walls. He was her now, and he would never leave. The dreams had stopped, but the apartment had never truly let him go. It had only waited for him to finally understand, and now he was part of its history, forever.